science.
It's a great day for being sad.
So hot right now. So hot right now.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Jesus, I said
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I don't want reality. I don't want reality. I don't want reality.
So hot right now.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
Phrasing?
Consequences.
I don't want reality.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Well, it's good to see all you folks once again. Sorry I missed yesterday. I accidentally poisoned myself by trying to cook food. C'est la vie. Well, anyway, we've got a hell of a lot to look at, so I gotta get right to it. Yeah, fix my censorship settings. What does that mean? Anyway, better buckle up, chat. We got a long journey to take together. By the way, good to see everybody who's shown up so far. Disco Wolf, Schmegley, Looney Tunes, Momono, AC, Aaron W, Soul Life, Good for Gabby, all the people. Did I get everybody? And Donald James X. Okay. Well, we're gonna start in the United States, as usual. Hold on, something's wrong. Oh, I just realized what it is. Oh, that's much better. Oh, perfect. Fuck's sake. Alright. Why did I say Soul Life like that? Because you're great, that's why. Write that down. For the third time. We're gonna start in America. Regarding gun violence. However, today we're gonna start in a slightly different way. Equally as troubling. This is from CBS Evening News from a day ago, where an investigation has revealed how thousands of police guns are ending up in the hands of criminals.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Now to our investigation into how thousands of guns, once carried by police officers, are turned up.
Hey, hold on. Yep, that was on 2x. Go to normal place. There we go. Misfire.
Now to our investigation into how thousands of guns, once carried by police officers, are turning up at crime scenes around the country. CBS News partnered with nonprofit newsrooms The Trace and Reveal to survey nearly 200 police departments nationwide, and most told us they trade or sell their used guns. Here's CBS News investigative correspondent Stephen Stock.
Attention Northwest 22, person shot.
Indianapolis has a gun problem. Firearm deaths of young people last year jumped 70%.
Another family lost another child at the...
That's a slightly misleading statistic. They said 70%, but from 5 years ago. I mean, it's still, you know, it's a big increase, but at least point out that you're going from 5 years ago.
Jumped 70%.
Another family lost another child at the hands of a firearm that shouldn't even be on the streets. It shouldn't even be on the streets.
Candace Leslie's only child was shot to death. CBS News discovered one of the guns involved in Cameron Brown's death was once owned by a sheriff's department 2,300 miles away in Stanislaus County, California.
There's no reason for police firearms to be in the hands of teenagers.
I would say to Cameron's mom, I'm very sorry for your loss, but my organization had nothing to do with it.
Sheriff Jeff Dirksey's agency is one of...
They had nothing to do with it.
I don't want reality.
Okay. We're going to skip past this guy because he's a real idiot. But let's look at this.
2022, the ATF traced 52,520...
Oh, sorry. Emotional support characters needs to be solved immediately. 2? It's a 2. It's a Cisco. That is Captain Benjamin Cisco, thank you. Oops, that's Bacula.
Former police service weapons to crime somewhere in America. On average, that's more than 3,200 guns every year, 9 every day. And our analysis of ATF documents shows guns in crime traced to law enforcement agencies nationwide. In Indianapolis, like so many American cities with a gun problem, the police department trades in its weapons.
As a police chief, I don't want any weapon that we owned to end up being used violently against another person in our country.
You'd be open to stopping that practice?
Well, I have to see, you know, this is the taxpayers pay for these things.
I don't want reality.
Cameron's mother says there's a greater cost.
This one gun has hit home for me. It's changed my life forever.
Changed by a gun originally meant to protect and serve. Maurice, the ATF is required under federal law to melt down its guns. The White House Office for Gun Violence Prevention.
That seems like an option. The ATF melts all their guns. That could be a solution. Wow. Shocking. There is another option. Okay. Chat is demanding? Are you talking about the emotional support? Hey, I understand. People need emotional support in here. I'm not going to get in between people and their support, okay? That's not for me to do. I'm just here to convey it whenever it becomes necessary. All right, let's quickly look at this. This is from 6 hours ago from King 5 Seattle, where a North Bend shooting suspect is now facing federal charges. So this is actually from, wait, when did they say that? I can't even remember when they said this one.
Involved in a shooting in North Bend will soon face federal charges. Authorities were called to the home after a man was shot in the arm last weekend. His girlfriend was also home at the time. They refused to let investigators inside to look at video from their home security cameras. Police eventually got a search warrant, and here's what they found inside the home: large bags of fentanyl and Xanax pills, supplies for sales, and what is being called a large cache of weapons, including guns and grenades. The man and woman will face federal charges of intent to
Rid of the
distribute.
Second Amendment.
Holy shit.
So one, and today the man can...
First off, did you see that fucking arsenal they had? Holy God. That nobody should have that many fucking weapons in this society. Jesus Christ. And then they had like an actual pharmacy. Like that must have been like 100,000 pills or something. Jesus Christ. No wonder they decided to, yeah, okay. And like a dozen, that was like 16 grenades at least, maybe more. Maybe I didn't count, maybe I counted too slow. Just seemed like a lot. The sheer weapon, like the size of the arsenal, was somewhat sort of overtook me, if you will. I may have been distracted by that. Oh God. Alright, let's look at this from 12 hours ago, where David DePop is to be sentenced today in federal court. Now this is the guy who took a hammer, among, I think, other things, to what? To Nancy Pelosi's house, to kidnap Nancy Pelosi, but then she wasn't there, so instead he attacked Nancy Pelosi's husband with the hammer. So he's getting sentenced. Let's look at this.
Of attacking Paul Pelosi in his home in San Francisco is going to be sentenced.
Yeah, David DePape is his name, facing upwards of 50 years in prison. Channel 4's Will Tran live at the federal courthouse in San Francisco with the latest. Will.
James, it will happen right behind me in 4 hours from now. He was actually convicted last year, but today he will find out his fate. Let's get right to the video on how we got here. It actually started back on October 28th of 2022 when David DePape went to the Pelosi's home in San Francisco. He was looking for then Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, saying that he wanted to talk to her, and if she lied, he would have broken her kneecaps. But instead, Paul Pelosi was the only one home. He ended up calling the police department when officers arrived. Body cam footage shows that David DePape actually hit Paul Pelosi 3 times on the head with a hammer. He suffered a fractured skull, actually woke up in a pool of his own blood. DePape was arrested. Now, prosecutors say during this whole trial that he never showed remorse, that he was actually bragging about the attack. He was convicted of assaulting an immediate family member of a federal official, as well as attempted kidnapping of a federal official. He faces up, as you mentioned, to 50 years in prison. Prosecutors are looking for 40 years, which means by the time
40.
he gets out of prison, he will be 83 years old.
Yeah, 83 years old. When he gets out. I mean, dude, going around attacking people with hammers is not a good look. It's not a good look. And is Nancy Pelosi, are Nancy Pelosi and her husband good people? No, I'm certainly not here to say that. I'm just saying they don't deserve to be attacked with hammers. Seems a bit much. Seems a bit much. By a bit much, I mean taking it way too far, right? I mean, sometimes I wonder if my fucking sarcasm gets across. Alright, what am I doing now? Hey, hold on 1 second. 1 second, I'll be right back. I needed hydration. Okay, 83 years old and in a retirement home. Yep. Yep, that would be what I would assume is going to happen there. Okay, now let's look at this, which is the exact opposite of what we just watched. Or at least nearly the exact opposite of what we just fucking watched. Okay, so this is from CNN from 15 hours ago, where a Texas governor has pardoned a man convicted of killing a protester at a 2020 Black Lives Matter rally. Nuts. Just completely nuts.
Tonight, a man convicted of murder for killing an armed Black Lives Matter protester is walking free. Former U.S. Army Sergeant Daniel Perry was serving a 25-year prison sentence for fatally shooting Air Force veteran Garrett Foster in 2020. Today, Perry was pardoned by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And just to remind you what happened, prosecutors say that Perry drove his SUV through a red light into a crowd of protesters in
Greg Abbott has done some fucking dumb stuff, but this is ridiculous. And first off, I'm pretty sure this person wasn't actually armed in the way that she is suggesting. If I recall correctly, I think he had like a sign or something. I can't remember, but it's ridiculous. But like, why would you go and pardon somebody who drives a car into a goddamn crowd of people? That person is a fucking terrorist. And he's only been in jail for like a year.
Austin. He was apparently approached by Foster, who was openly carrying an assault-style rifle, which is legal in Texas. Foster then motioned for Perry to lower his window, at which point Perry shot Foster with a handgun. The defense argued that Perry's actions were justified.
Oh, okay, never mind. I guess I take that back. Somehow I missed that part of this.
As self-defense, but the jury, they went on to convict him. Now, Governor Abbott made an unusual request for the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles to carry out an expedited review before Perry was even sentenced. Now, that board unanimously voted to pardon Perry and restore his firearm rights earlier today. I want to bring in Sheila Foster.
And you're giving him his guns back? That is insane. It's complete insanity. It is complete insanity. Complete fucking insanity. Holy cow. So many terrible moves all at once. Woof. Oh, God. Greg Abbott just sucks so bad. How many awful decisions has this guy made in the last fucking 6 months? You don't even have to go for his whole term. Holy shit, that shit pisses me off. Texas should secede. I get the feeling. I get your feelings. I understand you. I get it. Yeah. All right. Where are we? A day ago. Let's look at this. If you haven't seen this, now both Biden and Trump have agreed to debate one another. So let's quickly look at this just to keep us up to date. Can we still get a divorce? I think that's the same
I
thing.
just want to say that I've invited Biden to debate. He can do it anytime he wants, including tonight.
Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice.
U.S. President Joe Biden and Republican rival Donald Trump have agreed to face off in 2 debates for the presidential election. Tens of millions of Americans will be tuning in live, and it'll be high risk for both sides in a tight race with low enthusiasm from voters. Here's what you need to know. CNN will host the first debate on June 27th in their Atlanta studio with no audience. The event will be moderated by anchors Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. ABC will host the second debate on September 10th. The two presidential hopefuls are already debating some ground rules. Trump, who refused to debate his rivals during the Republican nominating race, has been pushing Biden for months to agree to the debates. Biden has now said he'll participate in 2 debates under strict rules to reduce interruptions. Trump wants more than 2 debates and a very large venue for, quote, excitement purposes.
Excitement purposes. Wow. That is not the point of a fucking debate. Jesus Christ. But they have agreed to 2 debates, and the rules have been set. First one, no crowd. Second one, crowd. First one, CNN. Second one, did they say MSNBC? I forget who the second people are. Either way. Wait, a second and a third emotional support character. How's that possible? What? Whoa. How? Second and a third. Okay, that's a 1. Because I already rolled 1 because I saw the first one. I was like, okay. Then a third one. 1 and a 5. Okay, 1 and a 5. Hold on. I won't even let us. We won't even go any further. 1. That's Scott Bakula. 3, 4. 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4. Morty. We got Morty and Bakula. It was really fast. I wasn't expecting that. I don't know how you all did that. Okay. Okay, we're good on this video. Let's move on to some other political things. This one was this was something else. And you know what I forgot to do? God damn it. I was going to clip this. I was going to clip this audio. If I do it, it's just going to slow my fucking computer down. I really want to do it though.
He has said they should be.
I should have clipped it. I will clip this, and then we'll reference this later, but can't do it right now. Well, I could, but it's too much effort. Let's watch this. This is from the House.
Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about. I guess
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order. Mr. Chairman, that's beneath even you regain order of your committee.
Order. I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another?
That's what I was gonna clip. That was the first one. That is absolutely unacceptable. I just thought that was it was great. She really says it. It's so good.
Point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Green's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person?
Are your feelings hurt?
Her words down.
Aww.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
That one I want
to. Play, baby girl. We are gonna move, and we're gonna take your words down.
I second that motion.
I second
you agree
that
to strike
motion.
your words?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Green agrees to strike her words.
I believe she needs to apologize. No. She needs to apologize.
Okay, hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms. Green
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then you're not striking your words.
I am not apologizing.
Now let's go.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's a
fucking bitch.
Parliament.
Oh my god. It's just so good. It's just so good. they like shut down MTG so hard and so quick. Oh god, it's just so good. Okay. You know, we're gonna continue to have a little bit of fun here. Let's look at this from 6 hours ago. I haven't even watched this whole thing, but I am really excited to watch it. This is from The Good Liars from 6 hours ago, where they went to the Trump trial, week 5. Lauren Boebert showed up. Let's just watch part of this. Master. I honestly don't even know if it's a masterpiece. It could be terrible. Who knows? Have not watched it.
Lauren Boebert from Colorado.
The radical left wants President Trump to simply...
Lauren, could you sign? Could you give me an autograph here? We're here outside the Trump trial in Lower Manhattan.
Beetlejuice.
It is week 5. Is that right? 5?
Time flies when you're having this much fun.
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh God. Shows up the fucking Beetlejuice fucking playbill. It's amazing.
It is week 5. Is that right? 5?
Time flies when you're having this much fun.
Yeah. This week, Michael Cohen took the stand for the prosecution, and a lot of people are saying it was some damning evidence against Donald Trump.
Right, because as we seem to already know.
Honestly, there's somebody out there who wants that autographed Lauren Boebert Beetlejuice playbill. They do. There's someone. There's a huge world out there. Somebody wants that.
So a payment was made, and then Michael Cohen was reimbursed for that payment. And Michael Cohen is Donald Trump's fixer lawyer.
Right.
All the blocks are kind of stacking up here, but still more cross-examination remains. To be seen.
It's funny you say the fixer lawyer because was it 2018 when he was still on Team Trump before he left the dark side, I guess? We made some Subway ads for Michael Cohen called The Fixer Lawyer, and we put them up all over the trains in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Maybe admitting a crime right now, I'm not sure.
Did we get calls? Did we get some calls? People were interested?
We got calls.
Yeah.
We got calls. It's actually the same number as Crazy Rudy's law firm, which was another
Believe it or
ad
not.
that went up.
You have to be blackout drunk to work for the president like this for free, right?
Doug Rom, Steve Fuller, and Jason Selvig left a surprise for commuters on a smattering of A, 6, and 4 trains Tuesday afternoon.
What a team, that would make. A real power duo.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna move it up to where they actually try and talk to Lauren Boebert. Oh God. Oh no. Is that who I think it is? Oh God. Okay, hold on. Never mind. We're gonna waylay Boebert for a second. Got Matt Gaetz.
Well, I'm honored to be here with my colleagues from the House Freedom Caucus, where we watched Michael Cohen get dog-walked through the series of lies he has told. There is literally no branch of government that Michael Cohen has not lied to. He lied to investigators. He lied to the judge.
The other big thing that happened in the trial was Stormy Daniels took the stand. We were there for it, in the courtroom for it.
I thought they were going to try
saw
and interrupt him.
And we kind of got to thinking about the testimony she gave. She said, under oath, she did not wear, that Donald Trump did not wear a condom.
I was really hoping that they would try and interrupt Matt Gaetz. That would have been great. Oh no. What is this guy going to say?
Idea, Jesus, if you are out there listening, people would buy them.
Believe me, I understand steaks. It's my favorite food, and these are the best.
What would you like for Christmas?
It depends. Who's bringing the presents?
Do you need Depends? Joe needs Depends.
But
Are Trump supporters the ones wearing diapers at his rallies to support him?
have you seen that Trump supporters are wearing diapers at his rallies?
No.
Oh, you haven't?
What would you like for Christmas?
You should Google it. There are Trump supporters who are wearing diapers in support of Donald Trump. You should look it up.
It depends.
And yet we're supposed to believe his testimony as the star witness against President Trump. This is lawfare, again, to try to steal or to rig an election.
Lauren, I'm a huge fan. Am I forget to get your autograph?
Prosecutor, you got a corrupt star witness.
It looks like we'll know more later today about Michael Cohen's cross-examination. You know, people say he's not the best witness because he's kind of changed his story. That's kind of everyone in the Trump orbit. When they are with Trump, they say one thing, and then when they're kicked out, and they're forced to tell the truth, and they say some different stuff.
Yes. It seems like everybody, when they leave, they're like, he really doesn't know what he's doing. He really shouldn't be president. It's pretty wild that people elected him. He really should not be president. But I worked for him for a long time.
And that.
But I worked for him for a long time. Okay, all right. I think that might be it. Dang, I was really hoping that that Boebert thing would turn into more. So sad. So sad. Either way, it was funny. Okay, let's quickly look at this from 5 hours ago, where there are calls being made for Justice Samuel Alito to recuse himself from the Trump cases over having raised an inverted flag on what was it? On January 6th.
A controversial report could prompt some to call for Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito to recuse himself from several cases involving former President Donald Trump. The New York Times discovered an upside-down American flag hung outside Alito's home after the 2020 election. At the time, the common protest symbol was being used for the Stop the Steal movement, when Trump supporters were challenging the legitimacy of the election. Alito claims his wife flew the flag in response to a dispute with a neighbor. Let's bring in CBS News legal contributor and Loyola Law School professor Jessica Levinson. Jessica, good.
What an excuse to make. That's amazing. we were fighting with our neighbors, see? So we turned the United States flag upside down because, well, they had to know we meant business. We were willing to turn the whole goddamn country upside down to win this stupid dispute over their walnut tree or whatever the hell it is. I have no idea, but that sounds like an absolutely ridiculous thing to say.
See you again. So why is this controversy so significant that some would call for Alito to recuse himself?
So it's significant because it's not just potentially saying there is one presidential candidate who I support. It really appears potentially like the justice has a particular viewpoint when it comes to this notion of stop the steal, when it comes to the idea that the election was stolen. And the reason that that matters is that in this term, the court is weighing in on a number of cases that indirectly and directly affect January 6th, the events that happened right after that Stop the Steal rally. So it's not just that we think he has a particular point of view when it comes to politics or a candidate. It's that we think he has a particular point of view when it comes to this event, the events that culminated in January 6th, and that he's weighing in on cases that talk about things like what statutes can you use to prosecute people for activities on January.
Okay, I think we get that. You're sure the Respect the Flag crowd is pissed about this? I feel like Justice Samuel Alito is a Respect the Flag crowd. He should be pissed off at himself. Okay, let's quickly look at this. Oh, you know what? Why do I have this here? No, I don't like this here at all. No. No, let's talk about this later. Okay, let's move on to this one. Talk a little bit about, whoa, what just happened? Hey, how do we just get here? Skipped one video instead I skipped like 6. What the fuck? Oh, I know what happened. Hold on, chat. Okay, let's quickly look at a few health-related things. This is a piece from about 6 hours ago? No, I don't know when it was from. 2 days ago. Well, am I looking at the wrong thing? Anyway, let's look at this. This is from Channel 4 News. Actually, let's just skip this one entirely. I don't even feel like talking about this. Let's go to this one. This one is fucking concerning. This is from 9 hours ago from CBC News, where apparently a child under 5 has died of measles, according to the Public Health Ministry of Ontario, or whatever it's called. So, this is... We've been talking about measles all year now.
We begin in Ontario, where public health officials are confirming
ridiculous.
a child has died of measles. They were under the age of 5 and unvaccinated. It's the first measles death in the province in years. CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick has been looking into this for us. She joins us live in Toronto. Megan, what more do we know about this case and the wider concerns of health officials?
Well, Deanna, this news is contained in a report from Public Health Ontario that was published yesterday. It contains the latest numbers on measles cases in the province since the beginning of the year. And it does say that now a child under the age of 5 has died of the disease, but there are no other details beyond that. So we don't know the exact age of the child, where they lived, or exactly when this death occurred. But the report does say that child was one of 5 children that has been hospitalized since the beginning of January due to measles, and that all 5 of those children had not been vaccinated against the disease.
For fuck's sake.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
They were all unvaccinated. No kidding. Wow. So we're just gonna go back in time and just completely ruin all of society's progress. Okay. That's fine. I'm not even upset. No big deal. Okay, let's look at this from 10 hours ago. How a medical mystery in Guam led to a new approach to Alzheimer's disease. I'm definitely gonna get copyright struck for that right there. For fuck's sake.
When we started looking into dementia and Alzheimer's, I didn't expect to be coming here.
There's the Grand Tetons. You're looking at the Grand Teton National Park.
Nestled in these majestic Wyoming mountains is Dr. Paul Cox and his small nonprofit called Brain Chemistry Labs.
We're a little bit off the mainstream here.
I first sat down with Paul and talked about his unorthodox approach 5 years ago, in 2019.
I want my scientists to have ideas that they can pursue that are different than the current ideas. It looks almost like they're invading the amygdala. Basically what we're arguing is amyloid is not the cause of Alzheimer's, it's a symptom. So is tau. These are the symptoms. This is like trying to look at what caused a train wreck by investigating the wreckage We'd rather go way up the tracks and look at the switches, and that's what we're doing genetically in our studies, is try to find out what are the very basic roots of protein misfolding, and if so, is there a way to stop that?
It's an audacious theory.
What a beautiful office. Absolutely. Imagine coming out of work and being like, oh, look, I'm on a freaking like mountainside. In a wood, in like a log cabin. Ridiculous.
That has been years in the making. Coming not from a medical doctor, but from an ethnobotanist.
Ethnobotanist. What exactly is that?
I'm trained to spend my time with indigenous people and see how they use plants for medicine. And if we start looking at the pattern of illness and wellness among indigenous peoples as a way of discovering clues to major illnesses, this can sometimes pay off.
His novel theory on Alzheimer's disease has its roots on the tiny island of Guam in the Pacific. It started with a mystery surrounding a bizarre mix of ALS and Alzheimer's symptoms.
In Guam, what did you see there?
At its peak, a quarter of the people in these villages were dying of this disease. Every single family I visited with had some family member that died from the disease.
In Guam, the Chamorro...
It's an insane statistic. 25% of everybody in Guam. Unbelievable.
Villagers were seeing grave neurodegenerative symptoms at 50 to 100 times greater than anywhere else in the world. Dr. Cox told the world about it in 2003.
We discovered that they were eating these flying foxes, and that was their most salient food item. We went to every family we'd interviewed. There's a toxin in your food, that these flying foxes, that the cycad seeds have this toxin. And I didn't know what they'd say, and they said, thank you. We didn't know what was making us sick. Now maybe we can save our children.
Cox's disease detective work unfolded like this. Cyanobacteria, which is often described as blue-green algae, contains toxins such as BMAA. In Guam, BMAA was accumulating in shallow pools of water, which was then leaching into the cycad trees. Those trees were then yielding seeds high in BMAA, which were eaten by flying fox bats. And then, humans were consuming those large bats because they're considered a local delicacy.
When I first started reading about this, Paul, I thought, okay, well, this situation in Guam, that's got to be a pretty unusual situation.
Yes.
But the idea that some version of this could be happening in other parts of the world, is that likely?
Yes, and what terrified us is...
Yeah, so that's the thing about this, right? The actual cause of it is not the bats, right? It's this, is this kind of algae, right? That's it's entering our food system and that we're not aware of. It's insane. It's insane. But he's working on ways to get people not only aware of this, but hold on, let's actually watch a little bit more of this, just because I can't explain it as good as scientists.
A simple amino acid known as L-serine.
If you also gave the L-serine
with the toxin, boom,
it seemed to be protective.
It's protective. It was these data that we took to the FDA that led into our advanced clinical trial.
How do we get L-serine? Is it something that we normally get in our diet?
Yeah, L-serine is rich in our diet. I mean...
What kinds of food?
Eggs are rich. Anything involving soy tofu, edamame, sweet potatoes, turkey, pork. You know, there's a lot of sources. But what amazes me is the average American gets from all of their dietary sources about 3 grams per day of L-serine. These people in Ogimi are living to be 100 years old. They get 4 times what we get.
So yeah, they're recommending that people start using that to help combat Hold on. What just happened to my... Huh? Yeah, or yeah, you can get it in your diet, right? Eggs, soybeans, he said, bunch of different things, from what I recall. You could also technically get it through supplements. Okay, what am I doing next? Alright, that's all the health-related stuff. Well, kinda. Okay, let's quickly talk about housing, which is also going to segue us into climate change related shit. This is from a day ago, from from news from Alberta here. Global News says that tenants are describing gross conditions after closure orders issued for an apartment complex in Alberta.
With the current situation with AHS, obviously there's a standard of living that's not being met here.
Sherida Scott, a resident and former property manager for the units in Mount Crandall Crescent, says the rentals have had many issues, with Alberta Health Services having served multiple orders over the past year. Currently, there are 5 active work orders in place from AHS spanning back to May 2023, which include flooring, drywall, and electrical problems, with 2 unit closures in effect as of April 3, 2024. Scott says the owner, Governed Reddy in Surrey, BC, refuses to fix the problems but continues to rent out the units before they're fixed or cleaned.
There was one young lady who was actually told to live in a unit that was condemned. Some have waited as long as 3 months for a place, and he's
insane. It's insane what these capitalists are willing to do to get money out of people. Renting a condemned fucking apartment? You kidding me, dude? Fucking insane. And this is ongoing. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. That was just really quick. Just wanted to point out this absolute sort of travesty of justice in the housing market in Alberta. Scout is taken. You look like a new chatter. Good to see you. Welcome from NCC. Yes, of course, you're welcome. Very welcome. It's always good to see the Galactic Stream Nation a-growing. Okay, what was I doing? I got distracted by that. Oh, yes. Alright, we're going to continue talking about housing, but this time we are going to get into the possible collapse of the U.S. home insurance system as it relates to climate change and severe weather that has been occurring. This is a New York Times piece from a day
From the New York
ago.
Times, I'm Sabrina Tavernisi, and this is The Daily. Today, my colleague Christopher Flavelle on a Times investigation into one of the least known and most consequential effects of climate change: insurance, and why it may now be a concern for every homeowner in the country.
Probably gonna get banned for this music.
It's Wednesday, May 15th.
Move along.
Out more and more money to rebuild people's homes, and that's driving up insurance costs and ultimately driving up the cost of owning a home in Florida. So we're already seeing that climate impact on the housing market in Florida. My colleagues and I started to think, well, could it be that kind of disruption is also happening in other states, not just in the sort of obvious coastal states, but maybe even through the middle of the U.S. So we set out to find out just how much it is happening, how much that Florida kind of turmoil has in fact become really a contagion that is spreading across the country.
So how did you go about reporting this? I mean, where did you start?
All we knew at the start of this was that there was reason to think this might be a problem. If you just look at how the federal government tracks disasters around the country, there's been a big increase almost every year in the number and severity of all kinds of disasters around the country. So we thought, okay, it's worth trying to find out, what does that mean for insurers? The problem is getting data on the insurance industry is actually really hard. There's no federal regulation. There's no government agency you can go to that holds this data. If you talk to insurers directly, they tend to be a little reluctant to share information about what they're going through. So we weren't sure where to go until finally we realized the best people to ask are the people whose job it is to gauge the financial health of insurance companies. Those are rating agencies. In particular, there's one rating company called AM Best, whose whole purpose is to tell investors how healthy an insurance company is.
Whoa. So this is like way down in the nuts and bolts of the U.S. insurance industry.
Right. This is a part.
Hold on. We're not going to watch this whole thing. I just got to move us a little bit along here in this conversation. I want to say right here.
If you think of a map of the country, there was no state between Pennsylvania and the Dakotas that didn't lose money on homeowners insurance last year. So just huge parts of the middle of...
Actually, I want to go back a little bit. Sorry, chat.
Window showing us just...
Whoa, don't do that.
Far that contagion had spread. And you know, one of the really striking things about this data was it showed the contagion had spread to places that I wouldn't have thought of as especially prone to climate shocks. For example, a lot of the Midwest, a lot of the Southeast. In fact, if you think of a map of the country, there was no state between Pennsylvania and the Dakotas that didn't lose money on homeowners insurance last year. So just...
That is insane. And so this is a huge part of why this is happening. Right? And we've talked about how this is something of a cyclical, self-feeding situation, right? As they continue to have problems, like we've already heard time and time again about how many home insurance policies have been canceled, right? So they start needing more revenue, right? If you can imagine it, like say, and this is just a guess, I don't actually have the numbers on how many home insurance and policies have been canceled, but let's just say 1 million out of say, what do you like 50 million? It's probably more than that, right? But you get what I'm saying. Like if you say take 1 million out of 50 million, suddenly you have to jack up everybody's prices 2%, right? But then if you have all these other factors to add into the fact that even the existing policies have more risk or whatever else, they start charging people more and more, and it starts feeding itself more. Then they start having to cancel more policies because they start thinking, oh, well, we just can't even insure here or here. Look, we saw Texas got absolutely obliterated over the last couple of like weeks, and we still actually we have stuff to talk about with regards to Texas today, actually, because they got hit by some more stuff. I don't mean to laugh. I'm just completely shocked by how quick it happened. But hold on, let's continue listening to this.
More things that were small are now big. Hailstorms, wildfires in some places, previous sort of annoyances are becoming real threats to insurers.
Chris, what's the big picture on what insurers are actually facing? Like what's happening out there numbers-wise?
This is a huge threat. In terms of the number of states where this industry is losing money, it's more than doubled from 10 years ago to basically a third of the country. The amount they're losing is enormous. In some states, insurers are paying out $1.25 or even $1.50 for every dollar they bring in revenue. It just totally...
Wow. I don't think I heard that exact statistic on the first listen of this. $1.25 to $1.50 for every dollar that they're taking in. That's a 25 to 50% net loss on revenue before you even start paying employees or things like that. Although a lot of, holy shit, that is crazy.
Sustainable. And the result is insurers are making changes. They are pulling back from these markets. They're hiking premiums, and often they're just dropping customers. And that's where this becomes real, not just for, people who surf balance sheets, right, and trade the stock market. This is becoming real for homeowners around the country who all of a sudden increasingly can't get insurance.
Honestly, this whole piece was super fascinating, but it is 30 minutes long. We're not going to dedicate the whole stream to this one video, but it just felt like it deserved at least a couple minutes of our time to look at, as it's definitely going to affect all sorts of things we might not even think about. People losing insurance on their homes may cause a whole bunch of things to happen. I don't want to speculate right now too much on what those things are. I have plenty of ideas in my head of what might happen. I just don't want to even get into it. We could certainly see a lot of people looking to get out of their homes if they don't have insurance. That's just my thinking. And they go into a whole bunch of other details, like about what people have been trying to do to reduce their risks in terms of hardening their home against climate change. But we actually saw a video a while back where some people are after their insurance companies are canceling their policies, are asking, hey, what if I do this? What if I harden my home? What if I change the siding? What if I, do all of these steps? They still say no, and it's pretty incredible to see just how much pressure they're under right now. And it's making things absolutely terrible for people that are trying to get insurance, have insurance, and are paying higher premiums. Oh God. And the fact is, a lot of people are paying higher rates on everything that they have, right? Loans, whether it's on their homes or cars or credit cards. Okay. Now let's talk about some of the causes for all of this. This is from 2 days ago, as Western Canada has wildfires growing rapidly right now. CBC News did a piece here and interviewed some people. So let's listen to this.
We begin today in Alberta, where a wildfire south of Fort McMurray has forced over 6,000 people out of their homes. People in 4 neighborhoods were ordered to evacuate yesterday. All of Fort McMurray, around 60,000 people, remain under an evacuation alert. The wildfire has consumed nearly 21,000 hectares of forest so far. The CBC's Julia Wong is in Lac La Biche, Alberta. She's at a campground where some of those evacuees are staying. Julia, what is the latest on the fire today?
So, JP, we know that this fire is about 5 kilometers from Fort McMurray, and it's moving closer and closer. Compare that to Monday, when this fire was 16 kilometers away from Fort
Yeah, I was going to say 5 kilometers. This moved fast.
McMurray. So it definitely is getting probably too close to comfort for a lot of people in that community. Now, this fire grew yesterday, Alberta wildfire officials were saying, because of the gusty winds that we saw in that area. And they say that they expect what they're calling active fire activity today, but they do expect it to be less than what we saw yesterday because temperatures are a little bit cooler and winds are a little bit weaker. They did have some cautiously optimistic news. They do say that the fire, that winds are actually going to be pushing the fire away from the community today. Take a listen.
Firefighters will be back on the line today and will continue to work to stop the spread of the fire. Helicopters and air tankers are going to be dropping water and retardant on the active edges of the fire. And heavy equipment operators are building fire guards to the southwest of Fort McMurray.
Okay, we're actually not going to watch this whole thing because that was from 2 days ago and things have been moving. First, though, before we look at that, I just want to look at this piece really quickly from Reuters that came out around the same time as that CBC piece, sort of discussing what Canada's wildfire season may have in store this year.
Firefighters in Western Canada are battling the first major wildfires of 2024.
The blazes prompted evacuation orders for parts of northern British Columbia and Alberta, and it's forecast to be a difficult season after unseasonably warm temperatures and an ongoing drought left forests tinder dry. Wildfire season typically runs from April, when the snow melts, until September or October, when cooler temperatures and higher rainfall returns. The summer of 2023 saw Canada's worst ever wildfire season, when over 45 million acres burned and blazes raged simultaneously in the east and west of the country. Plumes of dangerous smoke choked cities across North America, and some fear similar conditions coming in 2024. The federal government last month said Canada faces another potentially catastrophic wildfire season as it forecasts higher than normal spring and summer temperatures across much of the country. BC's Wildfire Service says most spring blazes are accidentally caused by humans, while fires later in the summer tend to be sparked by
God, this is giving me flashbacks from last year. I don't know if you all remember last year's fire season. I'm sure Northerners remember it more than Southerners, but the amount of smoke that came across the border from Canada, like, if you remember, like, some of those pictures of New York City, that's the kind of stuff that I'm starting to worry about us seeing again. Alright, let's continue closer to the present. This is from a day ago, where CBC News discussed the difficulties that displaced residents are facing amongst these wildfires currently raging in northern Canada.
Well, it's been 4 days since wildfires forced hundreds of people to leave their homes in Manitoba's Cranberry Portage. Provincial and federal help is on the way, but evacuees are already struggling to pay for accommodations. Officials say it takes time for money to flow. CBC's Cameron McIntosh is in Winnipeg, where the Minister of Emergency Preparedness spoke earlier with reporters. Cameron, what did the minister have to say about federal support for the province?
So Harjit Sajjan didn't come here with money for evacuees. He came here with money for equipment, basically. Evacuees right now are dealing with the province's disaster financial assistance program with some optimism that they may be going home soon. So as for the...
Hold on. I forgot there's a spot that I actually wanted to look at there.
Stepped in to cover those bills for evacuees. Lori Forbes is the municipal emergency coordinator for the region. Lori, I want to ask you, you've been talking to people. What have they been telling you about how tough it's been to evacuate and paying their way as they're trying to get out of their homes?
Well, you can well imagine. First of all, you're under stress because you're just doing everything you can to get out of there because it was very stressful, very, very scary. Then to find out once you're evacuated that everyone is on their own for 72 hours. This is very stressful. We all know the price of hotels right now in Manitoba, especially after the pandemic. The price of hotels is really, really high. People have maxed out their credit cards. And, these are people as well that live paycheck to paycheck. It's great that, okay, we have a room for you in Swan River, which is 2 hours, 215 kilometers north of here, but they don't have gas money to get there. So we looked at these folks and went, okay, we need to get you safe.
I mean, I'm capable of imagining it. I'm doing it right now, but it's very, it's very anxiety inducing. Thinking about the fact that, trying to put myself in their shoes, having everything under threat from a fire, leaving it all behind, traveling 200 miles to go max out your credit cards to live in a hotel while you watch fires rage around your home or whatever, and it's just wow. Just wow. Alright, let's move along to this. Just gonna skip one, go to this one. This is from 14 hours ago, discussing how long these wildfires may go on for.
Rainy first long weekend of the summer isn't something Canadians usually wish for, but in communities threatened by wildfires like Fort Nelson and Fort McMurray, it's everything they've been hoping for. That's a look at some of the fire defenses in Fort McMurray. Sprinklers are in place in neighborhoods closest to the flames. Alberta's wildfire service say rain, cooler temperatures, and calmer winds have slowed the wildfire's spread towards the city. But they warn it's burning underground. And as Sam Sampson tells us, rooting out the flames could take weeks and even months of hard work.
Weeks, if not months, to get these under control. That is a crazy timeline. I hate that timeline. Weeks, if not months. All right, now let's move on to what I was talking about earlier. Let's go south here. This is in Texas, which we have been talking about for weeks now. It was just hit by another storm with incredibly high winds. With the winds were so high that they knocked down power towers, leaving nearly 1 million people in Houston now without power. This is crazy.
Aid is now getting to Gaza through a temporary pier built by the U.S. military, and at least 4 people.
Hold the phone. Why are we talking about this right now? Oh, it's here. Assholes.
In the U.S., at least 4 people have died in Houston after a severe storm ripped through the city last night. As Houston Public Media's Lucia Vasquez reports, nearly 800,000 people are without power.
The Houston area is a mess of shattered glass and tree limbs. City officials say the storm brought extreme winds of up to 80 miles per hour.
Made me wake up. I almost died out here tonight.
That was Elwood Webb, an unhoused man living in Houston. He said he was headed to a corner store when the storm came in.
Hanging on to a pole, and my legs were like up here in the air.
As of now, officials have not released much information about the 4 deaths. For NPR News, I'm Lucio Vasquez in Houston.
2 Republican-led House committees advanced.
Okay. Thank you, NPR, for that. All right. Let's look at what the storm actually looked like during this event from like 12 hours ago or whatever, like 24 hours ago.
This is our tower cam right now as the storms are entering. It is black as night. Now, I don't know if we need to adjust the camera levels to get a true view of the color, but this is a very powerful thunderstorm that is coming in. The National Weather Service is saying that they've been sampling the radar coming out of Bush Airport that David's going to show you in just a moment of wind speeds of about 100 miles per hour, just 400 feet off the ground. So this is very important. If you are in a high-rise building, you want to get to a lower level because the winds are stronger the higher you go up. So if you're working across the street from us at the Greenway Plaza, if you're downtown Houston, it's coming your way. It's already hitting the condominiums and the high rises on the West Loop. A very significant windstorm is rolling in. Our tower cam is now beginning to shake. David, it's 6:30. The sun doesn't set for another hour and a half, and it is dark as night.
6:30. Jesus.
Outside as this rolls in.
And Travis, what's incredible about this camera shot is that just 5 minutes ago,
I encourage you to call them and tell them the roadway that are oblivious to just the severity.
And look at how dynamic you can see the rain being whipped about by the wind at this particular time as it moves in that direction. Now, if we could go to Max 2 just a moment, you can double box it if you want to. Insane. I have the Doppler winds being displayed right now from the Doppler radar out of Bush Airport, which is just a little bit closer to the storm than the one down in League City.
Okay. That didn't look apocalyptic at all. Totally fine. Everything is fine. This is fine. I'm gonna skip one. Go straight to this one from 7 hours ago. Just to look at some of the damage from this storm. At least 4 people died from this weather.
At least
happened.
4.
Play.
We are going to have to talk about this disaster in weeks, not days. At peak, we had 930,000 customers in CenterPoint's service region without power.
Oh my
and
God.
so most of them were in Harris County. Now we are at 740,000 customers without power. The bulk of those also in Harris County. We're currently activated at level 1, maximum readiness, and I just signed a disaster declaration earlier this morning so that we can get any additional resources that we need.
It was fierce, it was intense, it was quick, and most Houstonians didn't have time to place themselves out of harm's way. We have 2,500 traffic lights.
For fuck's sake. That is insane. Nearly 1 million people without power. Okay. Let's go on. Here. We looked at this, I think, a day ago, where a barge collided with a bridge in Texas. Now, they believe at least 2,000 gallons of oil have spilled from this barge.
At approximately 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the barge MMLP 321 alighted with the Pelican Island Bridge due to a break in the coupling. The collision caused one of the cargo tanks to be compromised and the vacuum gas oil spilled to the water. The amount is still being determined, but the source has been contained.
We're pretty confident there was much less oil introduced to the water than we initially estimated. We're estimating between 1,000 and 2,000 gallons, but we will not have details on that until we get a final survey from the vessel. We've recovered.
Anyway, they're trying to get all the oil. As we know, oil cleanups can be pretty sketchy. I'm hoping they do a good job. But it's a little frustrating, if you ask me, considering everything else we're dealing with. You really don't want to be going crashing barges into bridges and spilling thousands of gallons of oil into bays. That's just my thinking about it. Maybe I'm just not an ecologist, so I might be way off here. Alright, let's go even further south, down to Chile. Actually, I just realized that I put these in the wrong order, because the Panama Canal is definitely north of Chile. Whatever. Chile it is. The government is planning to shut down coal plants in Chile. Let's talk about it.
Every day, sea lions swim from their lair to the beach of Mejillones in northern Chile. With the disappearance of their natural prey, these once self-sufficient hunters of the sea are becoming akin to beggars, relying on handouts from locals. That's because the coast of Mejillones, population 13,000, is home to more than 40 industries, including 12 coal-fueled thermoelectric plants. The consequences of industrial pollution are everywhere, says fisherman Hernan Biagini.
The crabs are all black underneath the coal, so when you crack them, the meat is all black too. That proves they're contaminated.
Fisherman Jose Sanchez tells us the floating waste from a nearby factory stings to the touch. What you see here is a catch of mussels, or in Spanish, mejillones, or these, and that's what gives this town its name. The fishermen used to be able to get these just by going about 20 minutes from here in their boats. Now they have to go out at least 4 hours, sometimes overnight, a day, even 2 days, to be able to bring back as much as this, because it's the only way that they can bring back a product that's not contaminated, they say.
Horrifying. Now, I'm very glad that Chile is deciding to stop all of its coal plants. That's phenomenal. I wish the United States would do similar things like that. It would make a much bigger impact on the entire environment as a whole. But it is a necessary and great step to hear. Now, is Chile going to stop using oil? They did not say that. Do not hold them to that. I'd like to hold them to that, but we can't. Because they didn't say it. It would be great, actually. Phenomenal. But no. But it's a good start. It's a good start. I'll take it. I'll take it. No coal. Okay, let's move on to this from France 24 English. This is from 10 hours ago. We go slightly north here to Panama, where due to drought, the maritime transport through the Panama Canal has slowed greatly.
Lake Gatun is an invaluable artificial reservoir. In order to work properly, the Panama Canal relies on its water. But this past year, the lake's water levels have been dangerously low.
Also, I can't remember if they pointed out in this documentary, or, well, not documentary, it's 5 minutes, but during this report, but the Panamanian people also happen to use the reservoir for drinking.
Right now we can see from this ruler that the water level is about 80 feet. These levels aren't normal. We experienced levels like this last year with the El Niño weather phenomenon, and back in 2015, 2016, when the El Niño phenomenon was severe.
To keep this maritime route open, the canal authorities first asked ship owners to lighten their loads.
When the lake level drops, there's less water beneath the ships, so they are not able to carry as much.
Every year, close to 12,000 ships cross the canal.
You have 40? That's crazy. Okay. Who is that? Boom. There we go. Wait, what? What's happening? There we go. Fixed it. Fixed it. Good job, by the way, chat. 40. Really impressive. Really impressive.
But with authorized travel now down 30%, some carriers are opting to transport goods by rail, including the world's #1 in maritime freight, Maersk.
For the first time, instead of using ships that transit through the canal, in order to use the railroad, they turn the ships around, totally blocking transit. I think we're going to have several occasions where we're going to have to assist, rescue and help our shipping customers move those peak loads that would usually stay on board a ship.
But the canal remains Panama's economic lifeblood. And the company that runs it pays $2.5 billion to the government each year. It also provides drinking water to slightly more than half the country's population, a challenge as droughts are increasingly common.
Before, we had a drought every 15 or 20 years.
Wait.
Today, they come every 4 years or so.
There are no justifications?
So it's important to make the canal sustainable in the long run.
Very
And so we
confused.
have to develop projects that guarantee drinking water to the population. We've told the government that it's time to find other sources of drinking water so as not to continue extracting from the canal, because there's not enough. And the canal is an important source of income for the state.
To preserve the basin supplying the canal, scientists have been planting native species in this forest located near Lake Gatun since 2008 to study how water penetrates the soil.
So there has been this notion of the idea of a sponge effect.
Did I fix it? I can't tell. My software is just running so slow. Soon we'll have to get more emotional supporters. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. I certainly hope so. I think I fixed it. Let me just double check. I'm gonna click here. Yep, okay. Fixed. Just realized they're slightly different position. Should have just duplicated these scenes. Alright. We get it though. Panama is dealing with a water crisis among a bunch of other places, but it is affecting one of the biggest trade routes in the world. Right. By the way, maybe we'll vote for more characters, right? Maybe like in the Discord, people can suggest new characters, right? And then we can vote on them, like in the UN, like on a stream. So like I'll say like, okay, this is the day that we're gonna vote, right? And we'll come here to the Galactic UN and we can vote. But in order to get what you want on the voting list, you'll have to go in the Discord and tell us who it is that you would like, right? Then I'll compile the list and we'll vote here at the Galactic UN, which I'm starting to like more and more. It's nearly done. It's very, very, very close. There's still a couple more things I might tweak. I'm liking where it's at right now. Anyway, let's get back to this. Alright, moving east now, let's talk about the floods that have occurred in Afghanistan, where 300 people are dead, thousands have been injured, and officials are warning the death toll may rise.
Stuck in the mud. The new reality for Afghans in the northern Baghlan province who are now in the grip of a natural disaster. Many houses have been destroyed, electricity has been cut, and communication services disrupted. And on top of all this, many villagers are having to deal with the deaths of loved ones.
I have lost my parents along with my brother. I have never seen such a horrible incident. Only God knows how we feel.
12 of my family members survived the floods, but 6 others died. My 3 kids and I were in the car with some other family members.
The region
Stu has a huge family.
was only just recovering from floods last month, which destroyed thousands of homes, mosques, and schools. But this latest deluge has forced thousands of people from their homes across the region. They are now in dire need of shelter and humanitarian aid.
Okay, just wanted to remind us of what is currently ongoing in Afghanistan. Okay, one more unfortunate weather-related story. This is from a day ago. South China Morning Post. Powerful winds hit central China, killing at least one. Strong winds have swept through central China. The gust upended many outdoor restaurants. They also blew away a 2-ton stone sculpture in a temple. A 2-ton stone sculpture, Jesus Christ. Damaging multiple parked vehicles nearby. Fortunately, no one was injured here. Wind speeds reached up to 130 kilometers per hour. In another region, the strong wind knocked down a lamppost, killing a cyclist, according to reports. Took 3 men to keep this window in place. That's sort of an ingenious way to keep your window in the right spot. These residents weren't so lucky. No shit. Crops have been severely damaged. The temperature is predicted to rise to 35 degrees Celsius over the weekend. Anyway. It's just every single spot on the earth, seemingly. From one day to the next, just kind of rotating between places. Something bad's happening somewhere. Okay, no, I'm gonna be more positive. Optimism. Alright, let's look at this from 15 hours ago, where Japan's endangered seaweed shows potential as an eco-friendly supercrop.
At a seaside park in Japan's city of Yokohama, around 100 volunteers are plucking eelgrasses from trays and planting them under the shallow waves. These people have been working to bring the eelgrass back for 24 years.
Dig a hole, put it all the way in, then cover it up with sand. You did it.
The chunky, slimy kelp has slowly died off as cities in the Bay Area south of Tokyo have grown larger. Seaweed beds have shrunk by up to 43% off the coast of Japan since 1990. A group of environmentalists has tried to reverse the trend by planting its seedlings. With it, an even larger environmental ambition has sprouted.
Over the course of this work, we've come to understand that the eelgrass can absorb and store the carbon that causes climate change. So we decided to make trapping carbon, which causes climate change, another one of our goals.
Japan's latest annual carbon emission report showed just how efficient marine ecosystems are at absorbing human emissions, particularly seagrass and seaweed beds. The country's Environment Ministry in 2022 calculated 350,000 tons of blue carbon, which is the amount of carbon emissions absorbed by coastal ecosystems.
That's huge. Hopefully they can help increase that by continuing to plant these along the coast. It will require a great deal of planting of this sort of seaweed, but hey, you gotta start somewhere. The fact is Japan does, emit some amount of carbon. They're not the highest ones, but they're up there, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let's move it along to this. This is from a day ago, where artist, oh shit, I always forget how to pronounce this. Saipe? I don't think that's how you say it. Sap? I think it's Sap. where an artist has created a giant. You know what? Maybe actually, you know what? No, I just realized. No. We're gonna hold off on this. We're gonna hold off on this. We're gonna do this in the second half. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the show. We've got a hell of a lot to do in this second half. So, you may want to grab a snack, a drink, maybe a little walk around your room, and, yeah. Try to enjoy this intermission. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. If you'd like to help out even further, well, you got one good way to do it. By becoming a Galactic patron. For a few dollars a month, you can help produce the Galactic News Network and everything that I do here. Anyway, chat, I'll be right back. Enjoy this space intermission. migraine for BCAT. That's no good. You gotta take care of yourself. I hope that bath helps fix this situation. Okay. That's going to be the end of the intermission. On to the second half, where we are going to cover everything global. Oh my god, is this where we're at? Oh my god, what have I done? What have I done? Oh, this is crazy. We're going to have to skip some. Who made this list? Alright. We're going to start with these two videos. The first one here is art piece intended to show the plight of migrants.
On a ici un bateau qui nous fait penser à ces bateaux surchargés de gens qui tentent la traversée de la Méditerranée. Et puis c'est un petit...
Sorry, chat. I'm moving slowly. We have here a boat that makes us think of these overloaded boats of people who try to cross the Mediterranean Sea. And then there's this little girl holding a lighthouse.
Et du coup j'ai des lampes qui vont simuler la lumière de ce phare. Et le phare pour moi dans la symbolique c'est vraiment celui qui nous guide quand on est perdu en mer. Et j'espère que finalement cette œuvre-là elle va nous aider, à toute modestie gardée, à nous poser des questions, à nous guider dans les problématiques et la tourmente qu'on peut avoir dans ces problématiques
migratory problems. Just thought that was really interesting.
Year marked by war and conflict.
Piece of art there. The flight of the migrants. Well, they're kind of. They're not literally flying. But no, plight with a P. Alright, now let's quickly discuss this because this is directly related to that previous video. This is from a day ago from TRT World, where according to them, War and conflict around the world is displacing over 76 million people.
Year marked by war and conflict. The number of people forced to leave their homes last year rose to a record 75.9 million. Violence in Sudan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Palestine accounted for nearly 2/3 of internally displaced people. Israel's war on Gaza has displaced 83% of the population, around 1.7 million people as of December 31st. And many have been displaced more than once.
We live in humiliation, fear and terror. Thank Allah, my children are safe, but they have left and our home has been ransacked.
We have been scattered, our homes destroyed, our children martyred, and they left us with nothing. God created it and we have been wiped out. We are here, enduring in Jabalia camp, in makeshift schools, living in the betrayal of some, cancer from one apartment, diseases from another, savage flooding us from one, and worms crawling upon us from the savage, invading our rooms, our beds, and our children. Life is tough.
The number of IDPs has doubled in the last 5 years, weighing on the GDP of the countries they live in. It's estimated to cost,
I believe IDP stands for internally displaced peoples,
around $25 billion. And not all countries are able to find the necessary funding, with sub-Saharan Africa disproportionately bearing the responsibility of supporting displaced populations while having limited resources to do so. That's as Sudan has become the biggest internal displacement crisis in the world, with over 7.1 million displaced people within the country.
The food aid for the household of 6 for a number of days. This food is for them to cook at home so that we eliminate the hunger, so that we avoid the malnutrition. That is very key for us to understand. But because, it's labeled either USAID or WFP, you are walking in the markets, you'll find it there.
Natural disasters and weather-related crises accounted for 7.7 million internal displacements last year. In 2023, OCHA projected that 300 million people would require humanitarian assistance in 2024.
If it's not climate change displacing people, it's war and conflict, ethnic cleansing, genocide. It's all of these things. Many of them are completely avoidable. You could say all of them, but I don't want to go too far. What's next? Okay, yeah, we're going to start in Argentina here. Just going to watch a snippet of this from a day ago where Argentina's President Milei went on to BBC News, did an interview, sit-down interview, and then denied that ordinary Argentinians are paying for austerity cuts that he has been making in his government.
I'm in the presidential palace in Buenos Aires to interview the new president, Javier Milei. Javier Milei went viral during his campaign around the world for campaigning with a chainsaw, which was his symbol for his desire to slash the state and slash public spending. After years of high public spending, high debt, high inflation, he has slashed the value of the currency, slashed subsidies, slashed government departments. He says this radical program of austerity is needed to fix the economy.
This guy sucks.
Lots of people in Argentina are struggling, and he said that things will need to get worse before they get better.
Wow.
He's called himself a libertarian and a narco-capitalist. He hates the state. He loves Elon Musk. He's a big fan of the Rolling Stones.
Hate this guy so much.
Some of his fans...
Actually, no, we're gonna continue watching. It's just... he just fucking pisses me off.
and critics alike have described him as crazy. But who is the real Javier Milei? President Milei, thank you so much for speaking with BBC News today. I'd like to start this interview firstly by talking about the economy, which you've made a priority. You have got inflation down, but you promised that the political class, not the people, would pay. I spoke to a pensioner here who told me that in tears that this, in her words, was a lie, that with cuts to pensions, salaries, the value of people's money, it's people like her who are paying. What would you say to her?
Bueno, la verdad es que eso es falso.
Well, actually, that is false. The largest adjustment is being paid by the political corporation. When we took office, Argentina's economy had twin deficits amounting to 17% of GDP. Besides, the previous administration during the last...
Okay. So she's just taking anecdotal evidence. BBC is just using anecdotal evidence. That's what he's saying. Anyway, we're not... There's no way we're listening to all 26 minutes of this interview. Not even close. Just so you're aware. But let's just look at this from 3 weeks ago. There's been multiple protests, but this one, I just figured I'd pick one. And so let's look at this one from 3 weeks ago, where thousands of people marched in Argentina in defense of public universities, which also had their budgets slashed, among other government institutions. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's just so funny because this picture shows literally like, what, 100,000 people? Something like that. You know, let's be conservative. 50,000 people, right? It's just hilarious to me that in this interview, he claimed that it was anecdotal evidence. Only you one person is basically what he was saying. Oh, you pick one person and is upset? Oh, and then you're going to extrapolate that over all of this? You're not an economist and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, what about these 49,999 other people?
El significado de la marcha es defender la Universidad Pública Argentina, que es la principal herramienta.
The meaning of the march is defend the Argentinian Public University, which is the main tool of education. Without equal opportunities and the possibility of progress, for the impoverished, there is no equality. Without equality, there is no freedom whatsoever possible. People seem to really hate him. Oh boy. That was almost definitely more than 50,000 people, but I was just trying to be conservative with the numbers since I didn't have an exact figure. That seems like a lot of people. And that's just one of many protests that have happened over the last, whatever, few months. And, okay, let's see. Let's move on to this. I kind of did this all on purpose, because this is from 6 hours ago, where Anthony Blinken signed a memorandum of understanding with the Argentinian foreign minister. I don't know her name, actually. But he did it. Gotta make... And the fact is Argentina and the United States are already allies, right? But, I mean, we gotta prop up the right wing of South America. Is that what we gotta do with our spare time? In between supplying weapons for genocide? Really? Come on.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to have Foreign Minister Medino here. I want to thank you again, Diana, for the wonderful hospitality during my visit to Buenos Aires, to you and especially as well to the President for the time that he dedicated and the very, very good conversation and exchange that we had, something I very much appreciate. Today is really a reflection of the deepening cooperation, coordination, and relationship between the United States and Argentina. We're...
Okay, what was that, 36 seconds? Yeah, that's perfect. That's great. That's all we need from that. Thank you, Anthony Blinken, for continuing to suck. Alright, speaking of right-wing governments, let's look at this from 2 days ago from Reuters, where the Netherlands is set to have its most right-wing government in many years.
The Netherlands is set to have its most right-wing government in decades. On Wednesday, Dutch nationalist Geert Wilders said 4 parties had reached a deal. Almost 6 months after a major election victory. Wilders had already forfeited the position of prime minister to get the parties to the table. We have an agreement among negotiators, he said. Talks had dragged on for months since Wilders' upset victory in November. Immigration, finances, and climate were among the key sticking points. Wilders has influenced Dutch immigration policy from the opposition benches since 2006 and is known for his outspoken views on Islam. Although in recent months, he has toned down the
outspoken views on Islam? Now that is generous. That is really generous. Oh my god, this guy has said some insane things about Islam, okay? I recommend you go check some of them out. It's pretty bad. It's pretty interesting. This guy really... Oh, it's terrible.
EU and anti-Islam rhetoric and has dropped opposition to military support for Ukraine. Also in the coalition, outgoing Prime Minister Mark Rutte's centre-right party, a new centrist party, and a farmers' protest party. They'll have a strong majority, 88 seats in the 150-seat lower house.
You know, chat, it's not at all disturbing to me that these sort of outlandish right-wing figures are somehow taking control of governments around the world. It's not at all alarming or disturbing to me. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Potential candidate to head the new government, according to Dutch media, is Ronald Plasterk. He's a Labour Party veteran who led some of the coalition negotiations. One analyst says pinning down a prime minister could prove problematic, adding the coalition could be inherently unstable. Wilders rode a wave of anti-immigration and anti-establishment sentiment to his...
So he's a right-wing populist nationalist. He's what is it? What's the terminology for that? Fascist? Okay, let's move along. Move south, actually, to Africa. Let's talk a little bit about that. At least I'm not on Earth, so true. Fact is, though, I have things that are happening on Earth, regardless of my having, you know, come up to this space station to do these podcasts, but I still have, you know, strong ties to the terrestrial. Okay. What? Oh, right, we're going south to Africa. Let's talk quickly. Well, not necessarily super quick. Let's talk about Sudan. And also some other stuff. But yeah, this is from Democracy Now! From a day ago, where apparently a rampage of killings, lootings, torture, and rape is currently happening in Sudan's Darfur region, among an ethnic cleansing that is ongoing.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
Well, Belkis, we want to turn now to a conflict that is very rarely covered, and certainly not covered to the extent that it should be, which is in Sudan, where a humanitarian catastrophe in North Darfur is escalating, as Human Rights Watch has documented. On Wednesday, the United Nations Humanitarian Coordinator for Sudan said people are, quote, trapped in an inferno of brutal violence between the army and paramilitary forces, which has made it hard to deliver aid and now, quote, famine is closing in for more than 4 million people. Also on Wednesday, the United States imposed sanctions against 2 commanders of Sudan's paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. This is human rights lawyer Jamal Abdul Khamis describing how he nearly escaped a massacre orchestrated by the Rapid Security Forces, or RSF. He spoke in a video for a new Human Rights Watch report titled Sudan, Ethnic Cleansing in West Darfur.
I was accompanying my injured friend, Youssef Arun Kabalo. Minutes later, around 8 militiamen wearing Rapid Support Forces uniforms appeared. There were others with them from these well-known Arab militias. They were arguing with people. They stopped the cars. They opened fire on us. They shot at the chests of children, women, old and young men.
Okay, hold on. Unfortunately, we don't have time to watch this whole thing. We just have a fucking ton of stuff to look at today. But we are definitely gonna look into this a bit further. Just want to get to the point where they actually do a little bit of analysis about what exactly is taking place right now.
So this report is about a period last year between April and June, and then subsequently in November. And we've centered the report around events that occurred in the capital of West Darfur, the city of El Geneina. The reason we focus there is because though there has been fighting across Sudan since last April, when there was a split between the Sudanese armed forces and the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, the violence has been perhaps most acute there. And this is, you know, an area that since 2003 has faced waves of violence and horrific killings. Last April, with this split and fighting that developed in Khartoum, the capital, we saw the RSF proceed to encircle the city of El Geneina, where there was a limited presence of the Sudanese armed forces. They pulled out of the city at that point, leaving civilians in the city to the hands of the RSF. The RSF brought in allied militia, and these allied militia and the RSF then, from April until June, conducted a rampage of killings, of looting, of torture, of rape, targeting a specific ethnic group, the Masalit population, and a few other specific ethnic groups. And this was a campaign, as you say.
Now, just so you're aware, there have been a bunch of allegations that the RSF is being and has been funded by the Wagner Group, as well as just the Kremlin in general.
Ethnic cleansing that we saw conducted over about 6 weeks, and over that time, these armed forces encircled this population, pushing them into a smaller and smaller sector of the city, and then ultimately pushed them out of the city in one mass wave of killing, where you had tens of thousands of people on the streets, mostly Masalit, walking, trying to get to safety, and Rapid Support Forces along the sides of the road just opening fire and shooting them. People.
Okay, gotta keep pushing this forward because we can't watch the whole thing. I think right here is probably a good place.
You know, there was a UN mission of peacekeepers that was based in Sudan, and their mission ended in 2020. A new mission was created by the UN that had no peacekeeping or protection of civilian mandate. It was only a political negotiations mission, but even that closed at the end of last year, last November. So at the moment in Sudan, there is absolutely no entity that is focused on the protection of civilians. And so what we're calling for in this report is a new mission that needs to be created both by the UN and the African Union, sent into Sudan, with a mission to protect civilians. And at the same time, we need to see an effective arms embargo. Currently, there's an arms embargo in place in the context of Darfur. It's not being complied with. As you said, there are different states pouring weapons into the country, and that needs to be complied with in order to better protect civilians.
Okay, that makes sense. People need to stop selling weapons to sit in. Just, you know, let's just stop doing that.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Okay. What was I doing? Oh, yes. More things are happening in Africa, not just that. We talked a little bit about this, I want to say like a week ago. But there was an attack on a Congo refugee camp. And a number of the people from the refugee camp are claiming that the attack was done by Rwandan forces, which is, you know, I think it's northeast of Congo. I think they share a border.
Just add.
Anyways, let's look at this.
Coffins draped in Democratic Republic of Congo flags holding the remains of victims of a refugee camp bombing were lowered into graves near Goma on Wednesday. Anger has been directed at Rwanda over the attack. The deaths illustrate the worsening humanitarian fallout from the two-year conflict between Congolese forces and the Rwanda-backed rebel group M23, which has moved closer to Goma in recent months, prompting thousands to seek refuge in the city. A crowd of protesters demanded sanctions against Rwanda, whom they accuse of supporting the rebels. At a funeral broadcast on state television, Democratic Republic of Congo's Human Rights Minister Albert Fabrice Puella vowed the perpetrators would be punished for what he called a Congolese genocide for economic reasons, perpetrated by Rwanda.
Okay, so yeah, this is massively problematic, and not even just for the pure reason of being against genocide and ethnic cleansing. I think you all know I'm against that, but the other thing that it comes into play with all of this that people may or may not be considering is that the United Kingdom has made their asylum policy under Rishi Sunak to expel all asylum seekers from the UK to Rwanda. And while they haven't done any ethnic cleansings since the Rwandan genocide of what was it, 90? No, was it 2004? I can't remember when it was, but they haven't genocided or ethnic cleansed each other. But if they're doing that to people outside of the country, and then you start, I don't know, just shoving a bunch of immigrants into their country, I guess it really raises a lot of red flags for me. You know. I heard some people have optimism about the plan, and I was never about it. I had a lot of skepticism to begin with. But after seeing this story come together, was it 94? Thank you. Okay, so I was right on my first guess. All right. Well, I was close to it. No, close enough. It was because I said 93, right? Okay. That at least makes me feel slightly more sane. One more thing in Africa here to look at. This is from 6 hours ago. Let's just really quickly discuss South Africa's election.
South Africa will be holding what is expected to be very highly contested elections this year, which are taking...
Darfur is 2003 to 2005. Yeah, no, that's Sudan. Right, now, okay, we're on the same page.
It's exactly 30 years since the country gained political freedom in 1994. The African National Congress has been in power since then, but is expected to face very stiff competition from opposition parties. In fact, some analysts and recent polls are suggesting that the party might just get less than 50% of the national vote. If that happens, it will need to form a coalition with much smaller parties to remain in power. Now, the country's recent experiences with coalitions hasn't been that pleasant. In fact, most of these have collapsed at the local government level. The country has been facing a myriad of challenges: rising levels of poverty, rising levels of crime, and an unemployment rate which is now considered to be one of the highest in the world at more.
Also, a seriously bad water crisis as well. It's a bunch of stuff. And so this election is going to be very important for South Africans. Unfortunately, I don't have any advice for any South Africans on who to elect at this time, but just an important election, considering the things that they have been going through. Plus, Africa doesn't need any more fucked up shit to be happening right now. It's floods, wars, genocides, ethnic cleansings, droughts as well. Not just floods, droughts too. Those have been bad. Okay, let's move on to Eastern Europe as well as Asia, starting here from a day ago from Global News, where according to them, Ukraine has reclaimed half of its territory lost at the start of the war.
Ukraine has taken back half of the territory Russia seized since the war began, NATO's top soldier says, and he again promised Kyiv will be a member of the alliance.
Every day, we are growing closer and more interconnected, until one day, the Ukrainian flag will be hoisted in front of this headquarters.
Ukraine claims this footage shows soldiers defending against Russian forces in the Kharkiv region. Kremlin fighters have made small inroads in recent weeks. Speaking after a meeting of NATO's military committee, the U.S. Supreme Allied Commander in Europe says Ukraine will repel them.
Okay, alright, we don't have to listen to the whole thing. That's pretty much the two headlines from this video. So, they've taken back half the territory, more than half of the territory that they lost at the beginning of the war. And according to NATO, they will repel Russia from Kharkiv. So, hey, good for Ukraine. Alright, let's look at this, though. This is bad for humanity. This is from Democracy Now! A day ago, where they say Russian forces have been executing surrendering Ukrainian soldiers, which is definitely
illegal.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh as we continue our conversation with Belkis Villa. She is the Associate Director with the Crisis, Conflict, and Arms Division at Human Rights Watch, and she's joining us from Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine.
Oh my god, I just realized something. We listened to her in a different story today, but like, I didn't watch these videos in entirety. I just listened to them. I did not notice that they were the same people. That's so weird.
Ukraine, where U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken made a surprise trip on Tuesday. He spoke at a joint press conference in Kyiv with Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba.
We will provide an additional $2 billion in foreign military financing for Ukraine. And we put this together in a first-of-its-kind defense enterprise fund. And it has three...
Ooh, that's a controversial but interesting take. Let both Ukraine and NATO, and Russia into NATO, and then see what happens. That's very interesting. I've never heard that. So that's a very interesting plan. Might work. Who knows? I mean... Hey, I'm open to the idea.
One is to provide weapons today, so this will assist Ukraine in acquiring those weapons. Two is to focus as well on something that Dmytro just talked about, investing in Ukraine's defense industrial base, helping to strengthen even more its capacity to produce what it...
Okay, I'm sorry, chat, but we can't, and I don't think anybody here is gonna be upset if I just run through this Anthony Blinken statement, just so we don't have to hear him talk anymore.
Areas in the northeastern region of Kharkiv, as Russia forces continue a new offensive that's displaced thousands. The Ukrainian city of Vovshansk is reportedly in ruins following relentless Russian shelling. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has postponed all of his upcoming foreign travel amid the new Russian offensive. Human Rights Watch has a new report out on Ukraine titled "Russian Forces Executed Surrendering Ukraine Soldiers." So, Belkis Villa, if you could talk about that report, the Human Rights Watch report on this, on Russia and Ukraine, and these incidents that you document of Russians.
Please? Please what? I don't see another question. Am I in top chat? No. Did you? I think I might have missed a message, or I don't know what you're referring to.
Surrendering Ukrainian soldiers.
Unfortunately, this is not something new in this conflict. Since the full-scale invasion, we've seen instances of execution of prisoners of war on the Ukrainian side and even on the Russian side. But what we've seen now in the last months, and the report that we published covers these new emerging videos. It's clips of drone footage. We believe these to probably be Ukrainian military drones that are flying near the front line, and in the context, as you said, of Russia retaking certain areas where there had been fighting and pushing the front line. We have these 5 incidents that we've documented where you see in clear detail, in some cases in this drone footage, Ukrainian soldiers coming out of foxholes and dugouts. They are very clearly intending to surrender. They take off their vests, they put down their helmets, they lie on the ground and put their hands up, and then we see them being executed by Russian soldiers in cold blood.
Okay, I think that's all we need from that. That's a very frustrating piece, but felt necessary to watch just to make us aware of what's happening in the world. Okay. Let us move along to this. Talk quickly about Georgia. Where, God, it's just such a disheartening piece. I'm trying to gather myself here. All right, if you're aware, probably aware, since most of you have been watching these streams, but maybe not, there have been a bunch of protests happening in Georgia against a law that was passed recently. And, yeah, we're going to look at this a little bit further, as there's some more analysis that has come out that I think is interesting.
The European Union urged Georgia on Wednesday to withdraw its highly contested Foreign Agents Bill as protests against the legislation continued in the capital Tbilisi, bringing traffic in much of the city to a halt. An EU statement, which came after the third and final reading of the bill in Georgia's parliament a day earlier, urged authorities to withdraw the law, saying it was, quote, not in line with EU core norms and values, and, quote, negatively impacts Georgia's progress on the EU path. The bill would require organizations receiving more than 20% of their funding from abroad to register as agents of foreign influence. It imposes onerous disclosure requirements and punitive fines for violations. The draft law has been dubbed the Russian law by opponents, who compare it to legislation used by the Kremlin for the past decade to crack down on its opponents. For many young Georgians, the fight represents a stark choice over whether Georgia should integrate with Europe or rebuild old ties with Russia.
Everyone in the EU has told us that it is against their principles, against their judgments, that they advise us to not take in this law, basically. And I think we should listen to them because they are our friends.
This is against our constitution, which states that we should be doing everything to be the part of the EU and the NATO. So I think that in the long run, this will affect our country in a really negative way. So this is why we need to get rid of this law and get rid of this government.
The prospect of EU membership is widely popular in Georgia. And despite recent anti-Western rhetoric, the ruling party says it wants the country to join both the EU and NATO. EU leaders agreed in December to grant Georgia the status of a membership candidate on the understanding that it completes.
Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, with this law, there's been a lot of pushback from NATO representatives about this, and UN representatives regarding this law, and it endangering Georgia's ability to join it. This is from a day ago from Reuters. Actually, no, sorry. This is from 12 hours ago from Channel 4 News. This is the one that I really wanted us to look at out of all of this, as I didn't quite understand all of this. But let's look at this with a little bit more context regarding Russian oligarchs and foreign money in Georgia. Damn,
the demonstrations over the Foreign Agents Bill have been full of vivid moments. Competing visions of a country's future, literally clashing with each other. One of the focal points, the Georgian Parliament, Rustaveli Avenue, Tbilisi. The fulcrum of a...
Now, I can't remember the exact number, but it's something like only 20 or 30% of Georgia's congressional or parliamentary representatives are actually elected. 70 or 80% of them are appointed, which I found interesting. They are not a real democracy. They're somewhere between non-functioning democracy and authoritarianism.
Seesawing between Europe and now Russia. All the fury that's been directed at this building because of the Foreign Agents Bill. But the question that keeps niggling is, why are the ruling parties so hell-bent on pushing this legislation through in the face of mass demonstrations, in the face of possibly jeopardizing EU membership? Is there more to all of this than meets the eye? The real seat of power here is up in the hills overlooking the city, one of the homes of Georgian oligarch Bitsina Ivanishvili. This is the glass house built with millions made in Russia, where he grew the Georgian Dream Party from seed. Ivanishvili is an enigma.
So this guy here is worth, I think he's like $5 or $6 billion.
Depending on who you ask, Putin puppet, pragmatic man of the people, knows which way the wind is blowing. And for him, for now, the wind is blowing from Russia. Gia Kukashvili was Ivanishvili's advisor when he was Prime Minister in 2012. While all the attention has been on the Foreign Agents Bill recently, he wants to talk about tax. Last month, Georgian Dream MPs passed an amendment to the Georgian tax code. It meant that very rich people could transfer their assets to Georgia without incurring any tax. While no one stormed the parliament, for this former advisor, it's all about what he calls Operation Ivanishvili, to create a tax haven in Georgia for Russian money.
Oh shit, Ivanishvili sees this as an opportunity for the Kremlin's money men to move their assets into Georgia's jurisdiction. He's promising them that it will be a tax haven, a quiet, sheltered place. He sees this as an opportunity, and that's why this operation has started.
According to him, that's one stage of the operation. The other stage is making sure that Ivanishvili's political system is secure, to act as a sort of safe for all that money, no questions asked, which is where the Foreign Agents Bill comes in.
Okay. I think we kind of get it. Should we watch the rest of it? We could. I feel like it kind of makes sense. Maybe I'm assuming too much. All right. All right, now let's look at something that I think is important for us to be considering amongst all of this stuff happening, all this stuff that Russia is involved in. Their main export, their main, massive part of their GDP has to do with oil. And, yeah. It's not, Anyway, let's just look at this. This is from CBC from a day ago. How the West's plan to punish Russian oil backfired.
On this graph, you see the price of two different types of crude oil. Urals oil in red is the Russian stuff. Brent oil in blue is the global benchmark. You see how they track almost identically, but look what happened when Russia invaded Ukraine about 2 years ago. The price split. Worries about Russian supply and geopolitical instability sent each price in opposite directions. The price of Russian crude plummeted. And this big gap would eventually form the foundation of a novel idea to hamper Russia's war effort by hitting it where it really hurts.
Because Western allies have agreed to put a cap on the price of Russian oil.
This is the story of the Western attempt to cripple Russia's oil industry and how Russia may actually have emerged stronger for it. The first thing to know is that Russia is one of the biggest oil producers on the planet. It extracts and sells about 11% of the world's supply, putting it effectively on par with Saudi Arabia and really only behind the United States. Last year, it produced almost 10 million barrels of crude oil a day. That is its single most important source of revenue. And that money buys missiles, tanks, drones, guns, and ammunition. Hit Russian oil, and you hit Russia right in the gut.
We're talking about income of about $500 million every day for Russia in hard currency.
If you wanted to weaken Russia's economy, you really had one target, and it was oil.
But the world also gets nervous about...
Okay, hold on. I just want to move this forward a little bit. Can't watch all 12 minutes of this. Let's go here.
Of a price cap. A plan was hatched about 1.5 years ago to impose a limit on how much Russia could charge for its seaborne crude oil, $60 a barrel. That was about $24 under the market average, so they'd be selling at almost a 30% discount. And the goal was to walk this fine line where you cut meaningfully into Russia's oil revenue and its ability to fuel its war effort in Ukraine, but don't cut deeply enough that oil actually stops being profitable for Russia. The world still very much needs Russian oil. The West just wanted to shrink its margins. Now, you might be asking, why would Russia agree to that? Like, can't Russia sell its oil for whatever it wants to charge? And surely someone will buy it. Well, yes, except for one thing. For decades, Russia has relied on Western shipping infrastructure to move oil on a global scale.
It's just easier to use the existing global shipping network because everybody uses it.
Greece, for example, has one of the world's largest merchant fleets. It's a major player in oil shipping. It agreed to the price cap. In fact, the entire G7 group of nations agreed to the price cap. Together, they're responsible for ensuring something like 90% of the world's ocean-going trade. And that's important because, just to give you an example.
Okay, so. Whoopsies, wrong screen. There we go. All right, so if you need a recap of that, what happened is that the G7, among other nations, came together, tried to cap the price of Russian oil. They did so successfully because they controlled all the pipelines and all of the shipping infrastructure and all the insurance that shippers use. And so Russia technically had to kind of go along with it. However, what wound up happening is that they just wound up doing shifty and illegal things to transfer oil to countries without there being a clear trail of where it came from, and with other nations that weren't in the G7 or weren't involved in that agreement, such as China, they've managed to completely circumvent all of that and in fact create more allies. Because even if they sold the oil for more than the $60, but sold it for less than, I should have said the other way, even if they were selling it for less than what the market price was, right, but they were selling it for more than what the West was allowing them to sell it for, then they're winning, and the people they're selling it to are winning. And yeah, it sort of just, I mean, they had to do some illegal things, technically, both countries, but hey, it technically worked to some degree, right? It's made it so that Russia has been able to continue funding its war against Ukraine because everybody just wants oil. Because why the fuck not?
Climate and everything are the same word.
Shut up, Jordan Peterson. You don't know what either of those words mean. Okay, so speaking of all of that, let's discuss this, which just happened over the last day, where after his election, Vladimir Putin made his first out-of-state visit to Beijing.
China.
Anyway, we don't need to watch this whole video. This is just him walking through through the people that were there to welcome him off the plane. But let's move on to this, where China told Russia that they are good neighbors. And by China, I mean Xi Jinping. By the way, that made me realize just how short I think Putin might actually be. And that maybe it was just the advantage of that, but he looked about as tall as those children. Chinese President Xi Jinping. Wait, sorry, I should have been reading. It's my fault. Chinese President Xi Jinping touts mutual trust between the countries. China will always be a good neighbor, good friend of mutual trust with Russia. Continue to consolidate the friendship between the two people. And work together to achieve the development and rejuvenation of our friendship. Or something like that. Okay, I'd skip a couple of these just because I have so many. Why do I have so many things on my list today? Is that for me? I'm number 1? Oh. Thank you, Gabby. That's so nice of you. I'm terrible at taking compliments, by the way. Okay, let's move on. Let's look at this one. This is from a day ago, where Putin thanked Xi for input on Ukraine and called for a multipolar world order.
Обе стороны проводят независимую и
Both countries
самостоятельную
conduct
внешнюю
independent and
политику.
self-consistent
Мы
foreign
солидарно
policies.
работаем над
Together, we
формированием
work towards a more
более
just
справедливого и
and
демократического
democratic
многополярного
multipolar
мироустройства,
world order.
которое должно опираться на центральную роль Организации Объединенных Наций.
I love how this guy is saying that both China and Russia are going to promote democracy. That's what Russia does for sure. Big time fans of democracy.
И ее Совета Безопасности, международное право, культурно-цивилизационное.
This one also bothered me. International law. He's going to promote international law while he's committing war crimes. Those two things are antithetical and sort of what's the word? I want to say bifurcated, but I don't think that's the right word in this context. I think people get what I'm saying. It's nonsense.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay. Okay, buddy. I'm gonna move on from that. Skip a couple of these because I got a bunch. We got videos of them hugging. Do you want to watch them hug? Alright, let's watch them hug. It's a really beautiful moment. Two grown men.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has wrapped up his trip to China with a stop in Harbin, but not before a rare sign of affection between himself and China's Xi Jinping. Though China's political culture is not known for displays of warmth, the two leaders exchanged an embrace after a day of announcements ushering in what they're calling a new era of partnership between their respective countries. While the trip was short on concrete proposals, it comes as tensions continue to rise between the two respective countries and the West.
Okay. Wow. It's just a beautiful moment. Just two men embracing one another. It's just so nice to see. If leaders could just hug more and stop bombing each other, it solved everything. All right. Let's move on to China now. Let's look at this real quick, where apparently China is going to be buying up unsold property that was built in haste by the property sector. People like Evergrande, I think, but like other sort of comparable sort of companies to this, very similar things.
China is taking bold new action in a bid to revive its ailing property sector. Beijing said Friday that local governments would buy up some unsold apartments. Officials also promised forceful efforts to deliver unfinished homes. The move comes after years of turmoil in the sector. It all began in 2021, when officials started taking steps to tackle the massive debts built up by some property firms. Many major developers have since defaulted or gone under. That has left China littered with millions of unsold or unfinished homes. Previous steps to drive a rebound don't seem to have worked. Recent data have shown home prices, sales and investment all continuing to tumble. Now Beijing says local governments will buy apartments at reasonable prices, with many to be used for affordable housing. There was no detail on how long this would take or how it would be funded. Analysts note that...
I gotta say, I got plenty of criticisms for some of their foreign policy, but that's a great policy for at home. I'd love to see some policies like that in America, you know? Oh, we got a bunch of empty shit. Okay, we will buy that and turn it into affordable housing. Thank you. Thinking, commercial real estate? That's the first thing that comes to mind. Among other things, retail, real estate, things like that, which are all heavily unoccupied right now. Historically, so much so that it is literally at historically low levels of occupancy levels. And hey, love to see some policies like that in the United States, please. Okay, affordable housing. What was that? Okay, now let's look at this. Let's go to this one. where in Taiwan, fights broke out in Parliament. This is from 13 hours ago. Taiwan's lawmakers exchange blows over contentious parliamentary reforms. They seem contentious. The opposition wants more power to scrutinize the government. But lawmakers of the ruling DPP accused them of forcing through proposals without consultation.
应该是大家多讨论一下，多协商一下。在这里也呼吁院长是中华民国的院长，不是国民党的院长。希望他好好做一个沟通的桥梁。
The brawl comes days before Lai Ching-te takes office as Taiwan's president without a legislative majority.
如果民进党试图阻挡表决的发生的话，我相信这种事情会一再发生。所以我们呼吁赖清德总统要好好的告诉。
Okay, now let me make sure I have this right in my head, because I'm pretty sure I do, but I don't want to say this wrong. Right. So yeah, the DPP is the sort of like the Democrats, if you will, of Taiwan. It's the closest sort of comparison I can give you. Okay. Moving along. We could watch more fight footage. But no, we're going to skip it. We're going to skip it. And move on to this, looking at from 17 hours ago. This is from Reuters. According to them, Taiwan's new president is set to face a very angry China.
When Taiwan's new president Lai Ching-te takes office on Monday, he faces a China that calls him a dangerous separatist, as well as a fractured parliament at home when no party has a majority. Lai, who also goes by William, has been vice president for the past 4 years. He succeeds President Tsai Ing-wen as Beijing increases military and political pressure to assert sovereignty over democratically governed Taiwan, a claim he and Tsai reject. Beijing officials will be closely watching Lai's inaugural speech. Puma Shen, a lawmaker for Lai's Democratic Progressive Party, says the new president wants to deliver a message that Taiwan is a peacemaker.
He wants to show that Taiwan is not a troublemaker, and then we're actually looking for peace. But no matter what he says, I mean, during the inauguration, I think China would always disagree what he said.
During the election campaign period, Beijing repeatedly framed the vote as a choice between war and peace. Ahead of Lai's inauguration, China has escalated its daily military activities, including staging mock attacks on foreign vessels near Taiwan, according to sources.
Okay. Actually, let's keep watching.
Chinese state-backed media have slammed a Reuters report this week about joint Navy drills between Taiwan and the US held in April, calling it, quote, media hype over a political stunt.
We actually watched that. I remember when that happened. Was it already that far back? April, you say? More than 2 weeks ago? Goddamn, time isn't flying. So much to do, so much to see. Let's look at India real quick while we're in Asia. As those fucking elections are still going on somehow. It's been like a month of elections for them at least. Okay, yeah. This is from 2 days ago. Channel 4 News. I'm actually shocked this is coming from Channel 4, but this is from them. India election. Modi rivals hit by string of raids. and arrests. Usually they're very pro-Modi at Channel 4.
The spirit of campaigning in this long election process is at no risk of fizzling out. But many at this rally are emphatic that democracy is.
The democracy in India is not dead. It is bleeding profusely. I put Modi along with Putin and Xi Jinping.
India coming soon! India coming soon! As results day draws closer, the outcry over a so-called opposition crackdown intensifies.
Tonight, one man is dominating the agenda, Arvind Kejriwal. He's Delhi's chief minister, and his arrest in March became the symbol of democracy in decline.
Yep. And there's been a bunch more since then, and there was actually some more before that. But yeah, it's been pretty crazy. I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. Hold on.
Any claim.
For the first 15 days, I had people coming in, random mysterious people, policemen, a lawyer, some unidentified people, coming in asking me and telling me, join the BJP, we'll give you $3-4 million US dollars. So that followed about another 2 weeks of then beatings and torture, and they'd beat you up until you pass out, sleep deprivation.
At the time of his arrest, the BJP said Gokhale's party stood for terror and corruption.
That is for the judiciary to decide.
What does this all say about where India is going?
Dictators come, dictators go. Democracy gets under threat.
And if it is under threat, a strong opposition is crucial to its survival.
Certainly is. Certainly is. And the fact is, there's been, accusations of ethnic cleansing. In fact, there's been examples of it in India going on under, not just under Modi's leadership, but essentially with the support of Modi. And the example that comes to mind the most is what happened, I think, a few months ago, where they built a temple, a Hindu temple on top of a Muslim mosque that had been razed to the ground by a mob of Hindu nationalists. And then Modi not only sanctioned the creation of that, he actually showed up and prayed at the temple on TV live. It was pretty gross, if you ask me. And this is just one of a number of examples that have occurred there, including shutting down different voices outside of the Hindu Nationalist Party. Anyway, before we leave Asia, got a couple more things to talk about. Jesus Christ, shit is just going down everywhere. Okay, so we talked recently about how Japan finally was forced to start raising its rates due to its policy of many decades of forcing their rates lower by way of buying bonds with their own currency. Let's just quickly look at this. As due to their raising rates, their economy has skidded.
Japan has become a nation of reluctant spenders, and that spells trouble for the economy. Figures out Thursday showed GDP shrinking 2% over the January to March quarter. That was worse than economists expected, and consumer spending is a big part of the problem. Private consumption, which accounts for more than half the economy, fell 0.7%. That was several times worse than forecast, and the fourth straight quarter of decline. Policymakers are now banking on rising wages and income tax cuts to spur.
Yeah. already considering tax cuts. It's crazy. It's crazy how many things are happening right now. People are just trying to manufacture economy with the way that late stage capitalism is going. Oh God, everything's fine. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Now to our last story. Well, actually, it's not our last. It's our second last story in Asia. Let's look at this. This is in New Caledonia, where if you haven't seen this yet, there have been a bunch of riots / protests. Most of them have been, well, from what I can tell, pretty peaceful, but not all of them. But either way, I think considering what these people are being put under, that is the local Kanak population in Caledonia, are being put under and have been put under for the last 200 years by France, it's not shocking to see. If you're unaware, New Caledonia is off the east coast of Australia and is a former French colony. That's what they say. It's still a French colony, regardless of what France has been saying. Anyways, let's look at this, where France has actually declared a state of emergency now.
France declared a state of emergency in its overseas territory, New Caledonia, on Wednesday. Riots in the past few days have led to the deaths of several indigenous Kanak people and a police official who died from a gunshot wound. The unrest came after Paris approved new changes to voting rules, letting French residents who've lived in New Caledonia for 10 years vote in provincial elections, a move the indigenous Kanak fear dilutes their votes. These images of burnt-out buildings and looted stores in the capital Nouméa were filmed by Johan Fleuro, a 37-year-old businessman, on Thursday.
So if you didn't quite understand that, there was a time, so essentially in the 1850s, Napoleon declared New Caledonia.
Says he's had to pass.
Settle down. Napoleon declared New Caledonia a French colony sometime in the, I think, 20th century. Might have actually been the 21st century. Either way, in the recent past, they said, okay, you're not a colony anymore. You're like a French territorial something or other. I forget the exact name for it, but it was just sort of this colonialist word for not technically a colony, but definitely still a colony. They gave them the right to vote and all this other stuff, supposedly, and then recently pushed through a bill that essentially gave French citizens who had lived in New Caledonia for 10 years, even though they had told them before they weren't going to do it, decided to do it anyway. And it's caused some people to be upset, as you might imagine. Native population to perhaps get upset about something like that. I don't know if it's a protectorate. I don't think that's the right word for this. It's something else. I have to look it up. Maybe you might be right.
Controlled by armed men who
it's like a Puerto Rico.
To beat up civilians and torch vehicles.
What is really happening is that as I move a lot to see family members or keep an eye on my properties, I see everything on the roads. I see the stores looted by the people.
It's too real.
I see the fires in the docks, warehouses, and offices.
Wikipedia just says it's a territory, so whatever the fuck that means.
I admit even I carry a gun with me all the time to handle any situation.
Fleuro believes that the unrest was fueled by groups who sought the departure of non-indigenous Caledonians.
They want.
I would point out, I'm pretty sure that's the exact same word that the U.S. uses for Puerto Rico and Guam.
Scare people so that people, all Caledonians combined, or certain Caledonians leave the country. It is a Caledonia that is not recognizable today.
The state of emergency announced this week is set to last 12 days. It imposes a curfew and bans public gatherings.
Sounds like a colony. Did you just say that they're imposing a curfew? Jesus fucking Christ. Imperialism still going strong out there, people. For fuck's sake. Okay. That was from a day ago. Let's quickly look at this from South China Morning Post. From 16 hours ago. why an independence fight is sweeping French New Caledonia.
Burnt cars, looted shops, road barricades, and gunfire. The French island of New Caledonia has erupted into civil unrest. At least 5 people, 2 French military police officers and 3 civilians, have been killed as of May 17th.
Ce qui se passe réellement, c'est que moi qui suis beaucoup en déplacement pour voir mes familles ou...
Hold on, we already listened to him speak.
Très mauvais chez nous parce que...
Behind the
700 policiers et gendarmes, ce qui était déjà beaucoup.
We're going from 1,700 police
policiers et
officers to
gendarmes
2,700 police
d'ici demain
officers
soir.
and gendarmes
Donc le calme va
by
être
tomorrow
établi.
night, so calm will be
The reason behind
reestablished.
the unrest?
Okay.
The French government, which rules the island, passed a constitutional reform on May 15th, allowing recent immigrants to vote in local elections. Anyone who had moved there after 1998 was previously barred from voting as part of an earlier agreement between the French and the influential pro-independence forces.
Okay. Just figured I'd let them recap what I just told y'all. Oh, goddamn. My voice is all fucked up today. I did food poison myself yesterday, so that could be part of it. I just considered that. And we're 3 hours in. Honestly, I feel fine now. Last night sucked. That's why I skipped. So sorry for any of you who were expecting a stream yesterday, by the way. And hello to anybody who's shown up. I'm trying to think of who's recently shown up. I think who wasn't here at the beginning of this. Bad Lefty, Pitchforks, PB, FG, Bad Ash, Nadia, Jules, all you peeps. Hope I'm not missing any of you. Beautiful space fams. Yeah, alright, let's move away from New Caledonia. Move back to the very most western part of Asia. Good old Israel / Palestine. In fact, let's go a little further west and talk about this. Is from a day ago, where the United States Congressional House voted to override President Biden's withholding of arms for Israel. How was I food poisoned? I food poisoned myself. I cooked with mushrooms that had been sitting in the fridge for arguably too long. You know, the space fridge is pretty sparse sometimes, and you know, you're forced to make decisions that maybe later you regret. So that is what happened. Thankfully, I survived. It's not really arguable if I got sick. Hey, let's not split hairs, okay? Let's stay focused. Talk about this stupid nonsense that just got passed the goddamn House of Representatives, please. Your theory is that I'm an alien and that I tried to eat human food? Wow. Hurtful. Anyway, point is, I do believe they did pass this legislation. Let me just make sure we get to the end.
On this vote, the yeas are 224, the nays are 187. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Yep. Like I said. Alright, let's look at this. Where U.S. State Department spokesman said this, we continue to be concerned, quote unquote, when asked about U.S. doctors still stuck in Gaza.
And then, do you have any update on the group of American citizens who are doctors and medical professionals that had been stuck in Gaza since the closing of Rafah?
So we are continue to be aware of the reports of U.S. citizen doctors currently unable to leave Gaza. We, of course, continue to be concerned about their safety and well-being, as we are the safety and well-being of all U.S. citizens in Gaza. As you've heard me say, this is a very complex situation. This is not a border crossing, specifically the Rafah one. It is not one that the United States controls, but we are actively engaged with the relevant authorities to advocate for their safe departure from Gaza. We're continuing to have those conversations.
Jesus Christ. That guy sucks. By the way, I don't know if you know this about him. You want to know what his degree is? He's got a business degree. That's this guy right here. That's who we have telling us about foreign policy. Thanks, man. Great. Appreciate that for all that great information you just gave us. Really feel more informed about the situation and like we got a handle on it. Let's move on to this where I can't remember her name right now. Ugh. Anyway, she is also a Pentagon spokesperson. And so she got asked about the humanitarian pier. Let's listen to this.
Thanks, Sabrina. So question on distribution. When can we expect to see the first aid actually reach Gaza and not just get to the marshalling area, but actually get into the hands of those who need it most?
So we should expect aid to flow within the coming days, and that will be through the marshalling area into Gaza. We're not looking for aid to just sit in that marshalling area, so it will be pretty immediate. Once our ships are able to get to the pier and transload that aid onto the pier, you'll see it happen pretty quickly.
But is there any risk that there'll be backups like we've seen at these other gates where there's actually trucks ready to then take the aid out of the marshalling areas? Are there any guarantees from the Israelis that that's going to flow and they've got the safe routes to go and that coordination's in place?
So we've worked very closely with the IDF and not just the IDF, with the UN, with USAID and other NGOs that are going to be facilitating the movement and distribution of this aid. We should not see any backups within what you're describing is from the marshalling area into Gaza. We believe that aid should flow without any stoppage. I have to emphasize.
All right, let's chill on the worm talk in chat, okay? That's not the problem, okay? Jesus Christ.
Though this is not the solve. This is an additive measure to the land routes. And we know that the land routes are the best, most quickest, most efficient way to get aid in. This is just one injected way to get aid into the Palestinian people.
And are there any delays or complications by the fact that there's so many newly displaced civilians because of the operations going on in Rafah.
Not to my knowledge. Tom?
You say in the coming days, if it's anchored to the beach now and the Benavides has the aid on board, why can't you offload it now?
Her name is Sabrina Singh. Thank you. Thank you for that.
What's the holdup?
Yep. So they're still just making sure everything is set and ready to go. I said it will be in the coming days. When we have more to provide, we certainly will. But I don't expect this is going to be a long wait time here. We already have aids loaded with, hundreds and hundreds of tons on ships. So we do.
So no aid yet. Anyway, there has been some amount of movement on this. Let's go to this, where the aid pier has actually been established. Let's look at that. Hold on, I'm gonna go back. There it is. Found it.
The establishment of the Trident Pier has been coordinated to support USAID's and the UN's effort to deliver and distribute aid. In the coming days, aid...
Okay. Anyway, we see it. Supposedly in the coming days, aid's gonna show up. That was from a day ago. Let's quickly look at this, where another Pentagon spokesperson said, point blank, we are not putting boots on the ground in Gaza, supposedly. Don't know how we build a pier without boots on the ground. It's a fascinating process I'd be interested to know more about.
I think we had one more, Ellie, and then I will wrap up.
Yeah, and responding to Oren, you said, I think something like, we don't support ongoing operations in Rafah. Are you saying that, and maybe I missed this, that the Pentagon doesn't support what Israel's doing in Rafah right now?
Let me give you a little more context. So we don't support operations in Rafah without a credible plan to take.
This one's very frustrating. I forgot this was part of this. We got to go back a second. But yeah, Sabrina here has, in my opinion, not been doing the best job. And I know she's a backup for, I think, is it Anthony Blinken? No, I think it's somebody else. But I know they're all in foreign countries right now trying to figure shit out. So it's left to Sabrina here.
So we don't support operations in Rafah without a credible plan to take care of that humanitarian population that's there.
Independent contractors aren't boots on the ground? Don't contractors also wear boots? If they're U.S. funded boots, those are boots on the ground, okay?
That population being over 1 million people, we so far have not seen a credible plan to protect that large population that's there while the IDF conducts operations in Rafah. We fully support.
This is just such a circuitous answer. She's like, basically, we've heard of Rafah. We know that that's a place. And Israel, they have tanks. And some of those tanks are in a place known as Gaza. The specific place we can't say for sure, and whether or not if they were in fact in Rafah, would that constitute the crossing of we can't even say the word line, okay? Was it bad? I can't say. That's basically what she does for like 3 minutes. And we're going to stop it there and move forward because we got other shit to do today and listen to her nonsense. Where the fuck are we now? Okay. This is from 16 hours ago, where apparently U.S. Has in fact delivered its first aid shipment using the floating pier, which boots on the ground did not build, but really did.
We're going to go overseas now, where a floating pier in Gaza that was built by U.S. military engineers received its first shipment of aid today. That development, long awaited, happening as Canada announces new money for humanitarian assistance. And Julia Chapman is watching the developments for us. She joins us now live from London. So, Julia, this floating pier, can you just describe how this is going to help get aid into Gaza?
Well, it's a huge operation starting in Cyprus, where humanitarian supplies are gathered and inspected by Israeli forces before they are shipped to a floating platform via commercial shipping companies. There, they're picked up by small U.S. military vessels and taken to this pier, which has been attached to...
Look, if you're in a vessel, in a military vessel, right, floating... whatever, like 6 inches above the sand, just call it the ground. Don't stop playing these games with me, okay? Anyway, supposedly a aid shipment was delivered today. It was, I think, equivalent to maybe 10 or 20 trucks. Might have been more, but not a lot. Certainly not 500, which is needed daily in Gaza for over 1.5 million people. Let's listen to this really quickly. From John Kirby, who shockingly said something that made sense 10 hours ago from Al Jazeera English. This might be shocking to you.
A floating life.
So far, so good. We got about 300 pallets of food in today. We're hoping in coming days to be able to almost triple that quantity. We had to be for the first day. We just wanted to make sure things worked well, so we were trying to not be too overly ambitious. But we are trying to get that aid increased over the next 72 hours or so, and we hope to be able to do that. We've had terrific cooperation across the board. I mean, this is a real multinational and multilateral effort. It starts in Cyprus. We're grateful to the leaders there in Cyprus that have allowed ships to come in there with aid and assistance, all the way getting it to the pier and then all the way in. The Israelis have been very supportive of this. I do want to address one thing that you sort of alluded to before coming to me, and that it's not enough. It's not enough stuff getting in right now, period. And the pier itself, this temporary pier.
Okay, so I didn't say that the whole statement he made sense, that he said made sense, but he said one thing here that made sense.
You sort of alluded to before coming to me, and that it's not enough.
Yeah.
It's not enough stuff getting in right now, period. And the pier itself, this temporary pier, will not be enough all on its own to get...
Jesus Christ. Yeah, not enough. Thank you. Is not enough on its own. And we need to get... What he says next is going to be shocking to you.
The kind of food, water, and medicine that the Palestinians living in Gaza so desperately need. We got to get those ground crossings, those land crossings, open.
Huh. Weird.
I don't want reality.
Okay. You say by land, do you? Huh. Write that down. Now, to discuss all of this are 3 former Biden officials who explain to our, well, I don't know, friend, but I don't know him personally. I'd like to call him a friend. But an individual you might be aware of known as Mehdi Hassan on his channel, Zateo.
Wherever Joe Biden goes these days, whether it be the Capitol for his State of the Union address or a late-night appearance at 30 Rock, it seems that pro-Palestine protesters and Genocide Joe posters are bound to follow as the president continues to arm Israel in its brutal assault on Gaza. But these protests aren't just taking place outside of his motorcade. No, the call is also coming from inside the house. Literally. Yes, since early on in the war, the Biden White House has been facing some very public criticisms from their very own staffers. You might recall in November when over 400 Biden administration staffers signed an open letter calling on the president to demand a ceasefire, with one of the staffers telling NBC News that many of them felt they were, quote, a part of something that is actively harming their loved ones. That same month, 100 State Department and international development officials signed a memo in a White House dissent channel criticizing the administration for, quote, disregarding the lives of Palestinians and spreading misinformation about the war. And just the other week, over 20 Biden administration lawyers signed on to a letter arguing that Israel has indeed violated international and domestic American law and that continuing to send weapons to Israel would be illegal. But the biggest display,
arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century,
dissent have not been from the staffers trying to change policy from within. No, instead it's the growing list of officials who have decided to resign over Biden's war policy, who would rather say goodbye to their jobs than continue working for an administration that is aiding and abetting Israel's deadly war on Gaza. Now, they may not be able to use the White House dissent channels anymore, but they can see what happens when they express that dissent freely and publicly. And for the first time, several of them join me now together to do just that. Tariq Habash resigned in January and was a top advisor at Biden's education department, specifically working with higher education. He was the first and is the only Palestinian-American official to have publicly resigned over Gaza. Anel Shiline is an Arabic speaker with a PhD in Middle East politics and served as a foreign affairs officer in the State Department's Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor. She resigned over the war in March. And Hala Rarit was a diplomat for the State Department and most recently served as the deputy director of the Dubai Media Hub. She resigned this past month after spending almost 2 decades with the US State Department. Thank you all for joining me on the show today on Mehdi Unfiltered. And now let me start with you. You were at the State Department. You specifically worked on promoting human rights in the Middle East. What was it like to do that job in the midst of this Gaza conflict?
It became really impossible because not only were members of civil society that were previously willing to work with the US government on issues of freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, everything that the State Department documents every year in the human rights reports, they no longer wanted to have anything to do with the US government. Or those that were willing to engage, they just wanted to talk about Gaza. Whereas they themselves were still dealing with very real repression and danger coming from their authoritarian governments, where they reside and try to push against. So
you heard that Mehdi moved back to the UK in anticipation of a Biden defeat? I have not heard that. I'd have to look that up. It's interesting.
Unfortunately, it just over time became clear that what exactly was our office supposed to do? And once the human rights reports came out, which, they were finally released, they did come out last month, it was unclear to me what exactly my office was going to be able to do.
And that's when you decided you got to leave.
I did. I sort of waited for the human rights reports to be completed. I didn't want to leave the team with that additional work, and then completed my year's obligation to the government and left.
Tariq, you mentioned in your resignation letter that the Biden administration loves to boast about having one of the most diverse administrations ever. So as a Palestinian American, did you feel that your perspective and the perspectives of other Arab American officials was actually welcome within the administration, was actually taken seriously?
I think the personal aspect was listened to, but I don't think it was ever actually something that was internalized, was considered in a policy sense. And I think that really undermined the administration's ability to address what was happening holistically and use its diverse representation as a strength. I think that we as an administration were supposed to represent and reflect what America really looks like. And I think that, by ignoring that voice, ignoring the representation of Arab and Muslim and Palestinian voices on Gaza, it undermined the administration's ability to actually hear from real Americans too, who overwhelmingly are saying.
Absolutely. You should absolutely subscribe to Zadeo if you're not already. I assumed everybody here at this point was a Zadeo subscriber, considering how many he's already gotten in whatever it's been, 2 months now? It's kind of incredible just how fast he's moving.
We need a ceasefire now. We need to de-escalate the violence. Military is not like the actual way to peace here. It's not a successful policy solution. And after over 7 months, we've seen that play out, and I think that's largely been accurate.
And Harley, you've said that when you were in the administration, you were, quote, ostracized for your views on Gaza. Can you tell us more about that?
I was indeed.
Wow.
So Mehdi, as you mentioned, my last.
Wow. He's got 277,000 subscribers now. I feel like I looked like a few weeks ago and it was like 110 or something. Holy fuck, dude. He has exploded.
Was as spokesperson.
It's incredible.
So immediately, shortly after October 7th, well, first of all, on October 7th, obviously we were monitoring what was happening, and we were all devastated.
Okay, unfortunately, she has a bunch of great stuff to say, but she is using a earbud to speak to everybody, and it makes it very difficult to hear her. So I'm going to move this forward a little bit. Kind of sucks. But like I was struggling to hear this myself, and I had my earbuds like on full, like shoved into my ears when I was listening to this earlier. So I assume it's probably just as bad for you. I could be wrong.
People are seeing horrific scenes. Are people in government seeing those scenes? What are the I'm fascinated. In your office, did people come in the morning and say, I just saw horrific stuff on my phone, like we all do in our lives?
Yes. I mean, I can only speak for kind of, people in my office and my sort of narrow window, but it was certainly something people were very concerned about. And there were ongoing conversations, of kind of internal discussion, some of these affinity groups of people just saying, I don't know how much longer I can continue to show up to my job. But it is, a question I've gotten really often is why haven't there been more public resignations? It's such an honor to get to be here with my fellow resignees. But why aren't there more of us? And, I do think for many people it is, just a basic question of financial considerations, but it's also this belief in the work that they're doing.
She sounds tiny. Are you not looking at it? She's quite slight, or whatever you would call it.
And the fear that if they were no longer on the inside, that they would feel even more ineffectual, that to sort of try and join the protesters, yelling at the motorcade is having less of an effect than to try to stay where they are. But
hold on, I'm just going to move us forward because we can't listen to this whole 25-minute interview.
Unlike Hala and Anel, who are in the State Department, it's interesting, if you were in the Department of Education right now, you would still be dealing with a Palestine story, which is the campus protests.
Yeah.
What would you be saying now, watching this brutal militarized response to what are mostly 97%, 98% peaceful protests? What is it?
Wait, I just realized, do you mean Tenny? Like, Tenny. I just realized what you meant. Like, I literally... Yeah, and now I see your message as well. Yeah, okay. No, I totally misread that message. It's hilarious. I just assumed you were like listening to it and you were typing fast or something. I have no idea. Very silly. Miscommunication. Classic. Okay, let's listen to...
This week, the administration announced they are going to approve another $1 billion almost of tank ammo and other munitions. Benjamin Netanyahu said, well, we don't need this. Israel can stand alone. We can do this on our own. Does America, this is a fundamental question in our politics right now, does America have the economic, political, and military leverage to stop this conflict tomorrow?
Absolutely, 100%. And we've seen admissions of that from Israeli military officials. We saw evidence of that in previous conflicts, probably most notably when Reagan stopped the Israeli assault on Lebanon. this is now decades ago. It's been a very long time since a U.S. president actually used that leverage, unfortunately. But I do think that, it's very clear we saw the immense reaction and outcry when the administration paused even that single shipment, and this was treated as such a huge deal, and there was such an outcry of, from sort of the Zionist establishment.
Yeah, and we just saw the whole fucking House of Representatives pass a bill that completely overrode all of that, making it completely moot.
And so, clearly the pausing of the single shipment was not an
Actually, I take it
indication
back.
of a policy shift, as you said.
I take it back. The Senate still has to pass it. I got a little ahead of ourselves.
Just saw $1 billion in new munitions, and this notion that the U.S. would be unable to shift Israeli policy here. I mean, in the past, the Israeli government has actually often relied on the U.S. to come in and say, all right, that's enough, because they know politically it can be difficult for the Israeli government to rein itself in, given what we've observed, from the Israeli citizenry who we've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, and speaking about that Israeli citizenry that we've seen committing their own versions of war crimes, let's look at this. Somewhat, what's the word? I can't think of the word right now, so we're just going to go straight to this. This is from a day ago, where Canada is sanctioning extremist Israeli settlers in a somewhat symbolic attempt to seem like they're doing something to help.
The federal government has leveled new economic sanctions. They are meant to combat what it calls destabilizing actions against Palestinian civilians in the West Bank. CBC's Karina Roman is on this story, and she and Andrew discussed what's in the sanctions and their significance.
So these new sanctions are being brought in under the Special Economic Measures Act. These are the first sanctions for Canada listing extremist Israeli settlers. This was
Okay, that's all we need is 30 seconds. I think we all know. You probably know what my analysis of this is. I kind of led into it that way, but yeah, I mean, it's mostly symbolic. It will not stop Israel from funding these settlers. So far, from what I can tell, even though multiple governments have now tried sanctioning Israeli settlers, there's been no evidence produced by Israel that they are not, in fact, helping the very people that are being sanctioned. Okay, let's look at this. This is from day ago, where South Africa asked the World Court to stop Israel's Rafah offensive.
South Africa is urging the UN's top court to order Israel to halt its offensive on Rafah. On Thursday, South Africa's ambassador to the Netherlands, Vusimuzi Madonsela, asked judges to order Israel to withdraw its army from the whole Gaza Strip.
Israel's genocide has continued apace and has just reached a new and horrific stage.
The 2 days of hearings at the International Court of Justice are part of a case brought by South Africa accusing Israel of genocide.
Okay. So yeah. South Africa, once again, basically one of the only nations attempting to do anything to stop Israel's genocide actively. Pretty great to see. But it is part of this broader case, and whether or not something will be done, I want to say it's hard to say, but I'm a little bit pessimistic about what the ICJ will do. However, they may very well rule that something needs to be done, and what happens after that, I am really grasping at straws in terms of who would intervene in that situation. But I guess it would be potentially NATO. But I mean, wow, that would be interesting. Okay, let's look at this real quick. This is from TRT World, talking about this in a little bit further depth.
Israel's genocide has continued apace and has just reached a new and horrific stage.
More accusations from South Africa to the International Court of Justice, this time more urgent, with even more at stake. An appeal to stop Israel's military offensive in Rafah and potentially save lives from a genocide happening before the world's eyes.
The key point today is that Israel's declared aim of wiping Gaza from the map is about to be realized. Further, evidence of appalling crimes and atrocities is literally being destroyed and bulldozed, in effect wiping the slate clean for those who've committed these crimes and making a mockery of justice.
Dude, so true. It's just so true. Oh god, arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
For some, it's already too late. These women in Rafah were mourning loved ones killed in an Israeli airstrike. A key element of South Africa's arguments to the ICJ is that Palestinians were told by Israel to flee here from elsewhere in the enclave. Now they still find themselves in the crosshairs.
There's no safe place, not in Rafah, not in Han Yunus.
Okay. Yeah, no one is safe. We know. We know. It's not good. Alright. Before we get too far off the topic, let's stay stuck on this. Where at the ICJ, Israel had one of their spokespeople come and speak at the hearing, and they were heckled in court as they denied that a genocide was taking place in Gaza.
I don't want reality.
The State of Israel requests the court to reject the request for the modification and indication of provisional measures submitted by the Republic of South Africa.
Whoopsies. Okay. That person was taken out, but I just thought that 10 seconds of footage was worth it. Totally worth it. Okay. Let's look at this. Now, this statement to me was somewhat interesting as, oh shit, what's this guy's name? I think it's Ehud Olmert. I think he's the Israeli defense chief. So he has recently, in public, I think it was 2 days ago, he challenged Benjamin Netanyahu's Gaza plan. No, it's Yoav Gallant. Yoav, I think it's Yoav Gallant, that's it.
כבר ערב התמרון הצבאי בחודש אוקטובר.
Already in October,
הציגה מערכת הביטחון לקבינט את תוכנית המלחמה עם קביעה כי נדרש לפרק את גדודי החמאס ובמקביל לפעול ליצירת אלטרנטיבה שלטונית פלסטינית מקומית לא עוינת. מאז אוקטובר אני שב ומעלה את הנושא ברציפות בדיוני הקבינט.
I haven't heard him talking about it one time, but supposedly he was saying it in private. He's received no response.
ללא תשובה.
The end of the military campaign must come with political action.
היום שאחרי חמאס יושג רק על ידי שליטה של גורמים פלסטינים בליווי בינלאומי שיערבו חלופה שלטונית לחמאס. זה לפני הכל אינטרס ישראלי. לצערי, התוכנית לא הובאה לדיון, וגרוע מכך, לא הובאה חלופה אחרת לדיון במקומה. אי החלטה, משמעותה החלטה בפועל.
Essence, whatever, essence, same thing. Anyway, he's I don't know, supposedly challenging Benjamin Netanyahu, who he thinks doesn't want a Gaza for Palestinians, which I found strange that he was now saying this 7 months later. I've literally never heard him say anything like this before, ever. So I would say take whatever he just said with a big grain of salt as to what exactly he meant by that. But let's look at this. This came out a day ago, where apparently Israel is now launching an investigation into soldiers that were killed by friendly fire.
In Gaza, where fierce battle is underway in the north of the Strip. The Israeli military says 5 of its soldiers have been killed and 7 injured in friendly fire incidents in Jabalia. But Hamas has released this video saying 12 Israeli soldiers have died. In January, Israel declared it had dismantled Hamas battalions in Jabalia. We'll have Israeli reaction very shortly. Mohammed Jamjoon is standing by in Amman in Jordan. But first, let's cross over to Tariq Abu Azoum, who's in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. So as the sun rises, Tariq, the overnight death toll rises, and the focus continues to be now up in the north of the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, that's right, Sohail. The Israeli military is completely focusing now in 2 main areas across this strip, Jabalia in the north and Rafah in the farmost south city in this strip. Now, in the north, Jabalia is considered to be, from the Israeli perspective, one of the strongest stronghold of Hamas movement, where they are trying to chase all the Palestinian armed troops there in order to militarily dismantle the fabric within that area. But battles have been described to be completely violent and aggressive, specifically that the Israeli military has announced the death of 5 Israeli soldiers, while 7 others being injured, and those who have been injured have been transferred to Israeli hospitals to receive medical treatment. But the nature of the fighting there sounds critically hard and difficult due to the narrow streets of the camp and the unprecedented scale of destruction being caused by the Israeli ongoing intense military bombardment of the camp. There were 100,000 Palestinians, according to the United Nations, have fled.
Those numbers just keep getting bigger and bigger. 80,000 wounded now.
The camp to the western side of Gaza City, where emergency workers today managed to evacuate and to recover 30 Palestinian bodies were found killed in Israeli attacks on the main central neighborhoods of Gaza Strip, including Sabra, Zaytun and Sahaba neighborhoods in the central areas of Gaza City there, Sohail.
Tariq Abu Azoum there for us with that update. Thanks very much, Tariq. He's there in Deir al-Balah. Let's cross over to Amman in Jordan, where Mohammed Jamjoon is standing by for us. Hi, Mohammed. Deaths of those Israeli soldiers up in the north do affect the public perception of what's going on, really, in Gaza, and it causes ever-growing arguments, it seems, within the Israeli government too.
That's right, Sohail. Let me first just mention what little we've heard thus far from the Israeli government regarding this particular incident, which is being called a friendly fire incident, in which 5 Israeli soldiers were killed as a result. There was a statement from the Israeli army that says from the initial investigation, it appears that the tank fighters from this paratrooper company identified a gun barrel coming out of one of the windows in a building and directed each other to shoot at that building. We expect we'll be getting more about that particular incident in the hours to come. Now, why is this something that is being focused on so much in Israel right now? It's because there is mounting worry being expressed by not just military leaders in Israel, but also by the public in poll after poll questioning as to if the Israeli military campaign in Gaza is being conducted correctly. One of the reasons these questions are being asked is because the public is seeing that Israeli military battalions are going back into parts of Gaza, like in the north, for example, where they had previously fought Hamas fighters, where they had issued statements in which they said that the area had been cleared of Hamas fighters. So this is really showcasing to the Israeli public that the military campaign in Gaza is not going nearly as well as they had said it would. This is happening at a time when we're seeing more and more military leaders that are questioning publicly what exactly is going to be going on in Gaza after the war is finished. Also, you have military leaders that have been quoted, unnamed military leaders, but military leaders nonetheless, throughout the Israeli media landscape the last several days, in which they are saying that there needs to be a plan put in place for how Gaza is going to be governed. They are also saying that the Israeli government needs to be adhering to the advice of the Americans. They are concerned about the fact that the Americans have said that they are not going to be shipping more weapons, potentially, if the Rafah invasion continues to go ahead. They are worried about what this means for the war in Gaza, as well as potential other conflicts on other fronts. Clearly, the military concerned, the public concerned, even though in poll after poll, a majority of the Israeli public continues to say that they back the war effort, they are increasingly questioning as to how that war effort is being conducted. And one of the things that's making them question.
Now, the reason I chose, there's two reasons why I chose this video and why we're watching the whole thing. You'll see the second reason. But the first reason is that I found it fascinating and somewhat shocking to hear somebody from Al Jazeera who is full well of what's happening, like full well no, like understand, they have like a full understanding of what's like what the destruction is in Gaza, what the suffering is in Gaza, and and to be just, they're the only people who've been on the ground in Gaza. They know the situation better than anybody else. And for them to be saying that Israel has not been achieving its goals in Gaza and that it's not going as well as they would like it to, it's not what you expect to hear.
Is the fact that they're seeing more and more soldiers killed, and they're seeing more and more military units go back into areas that they had previously said they had cleared of Hamas fighters. Sohail?
Mohammed Jamjoon there for us in Amman in neighbouring Jordan. Thank you.
This is the second reason.
We're just going to remind you that Mohammed Jamjoon is covering that story from Amman in Jordan because Israel has banned Al Jazeera. So we're reporting from outside of Israel.
Just wanted to remind everybody by way of that little message from Al Jazeera that Israel kicked Al Jazeera out of Israel. And what was that, it was like over a week and a half ago now, right? Like 2 weeks ago that they kicked old AJ out of Israel. By the way, those poor on-the-ground reporters for Al Jazeera who have been fucking just doing their job every single time we hear them, they're on the ground, we hear them talking to us. It's like you can hear the sounds of drones, and you can tell that they're clearly not getting enough food and just standing in the sun all day, just trying to avoid getting bombed. Oh God, crazy fucking job to have. All right, let's look what else we have left here. Oh, we got a couple of things here. Although I might skip one of these. But let's look at this. This is pretty disturbing. I found this from 9 hours ago. I believe this is in relation to 3 American Israeli hostages. But the White House spokesperson, I can't remember who it is. It might be Karine Jean-Pierre. I can't remember who actually responds. It doesn't say it in this title. But basically, let's look at this, where a White House correspondent responded to the discovery that 3 bodies of hostages taken by Hamas were found.
On Sunday, the next day, Mr. Sullivan will travel to Israel to meet with senior Israeli officials, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, to discuss, of course, the war in Gaza, including ongoing negotiations to secure the release of all the hostages, address the humanitarian crisis, and our shared objective for the enduring defeat of Hamas through both military pressure and a political plan.
Thanks, Admiral. I wanted to ask you about the 3 hostages whose bodies were recovered in Gaza. Was the U.S. given any details, particularly about where they were recovered and how they were recovered?
It's just horrible news, and our hearts go out to the families who are having to deal with this terrible news. I don't have any information that we knew ahead of time or that we...
This guy sucks so much. Like, he shows zero... like, this empathy that he's supposedly trying to show, it does not actually show. All I see is somebody that is like trying to seem like they're a human, even though he knows full well that we could stop this. We could fucking stop this. Jesus Christ. What a terrible, terrible dude. 3 Americans dead. At least I'm pretty sure that's what we're talking about here. And yeah, just thoughts and prayers to the families. We can't do anything about it though. That's basically what he says. We're doing everything possible. Okay. Yeah? Really? I'm gonna skip this. Look at this. This is actually gonna be our penultimate video here. John Kirby looks like an insurance salesman. He does. He does look like he wants to sell you like insurance or printers. This is from a day ago. This is from CBC News. According to them, over 600,000 Palestinians have fled Rafah as Israel's ground operation has expanded.
Israel's defense minister said today that the Israeli military will be sending more troops into Rafah. Israel says the incursion is wearing down Hamas. The announcement comes despite international concerns about a growing ground operation into the southern Gaza city. More than half of Gaza's population has fled to Rafah since the war began. But following evacuation orders from the Israeli military last week, around 600,000 Palestinians have now been driven out of Rafah. New satellite images released this week show the displacement of Gazans.
That is just a compounding of a humanitarian crisis, right? It's like when you multiply, it's like a humanitarian crisis to the power of a humanitarian crisis to the power of another humanitarian crisis. It's sort of an exponential sort of humanitarian crisis happening in front of our fucking eyes here. I wonder how many people in that 600,000 are wounded.
From Rafah since the evacuation orders were given.
Or children.
This is Rafah on May 4th before evacuation orders were given, and in this picture, Rafah on Wednesday. The image shows another area of Rafah last week, and this is the same area just yesterday. While hundreds of thousands of Palestinians flee Rafah.
Oh God, I'm losing it, chat. I'm losing it. How is this happening right now? Why is it happening? We've looked at this image. It was not that long ago that was completely full of tents, and now it's down to being, I don't know, 20% full of tents, maybe even less, maybe it's like an eighth full. Can't believe that they've forced another goddamn internal exodus of Palestinians in front of everybody with the supposed red line from everybody. They said no. We crossed that red line and say, fuck you to all those billions of dollars you gave us.
That's exactly where the International Committee of the Red Cross says it's setting up a 60-bed emergency field hospital. Hisham Mhana is a spokesperson for the International Red Cross, and he joins us from Deir el Bala in Gaza. Hisham, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for taking the time today.
Hello, and thank you for having me.
You're opening up a field hospital in Rafah, and this comes as Israel is deepening its ground operations into that region. And as we've been hearing about aid workers being forced to flee and hospitals losing capacity to treat patients. So what aid and care will this field hospital be able to provide?
Well, this field hospital comes as a result of joint efforts between the International Committee of the Red Cross and many national societies, Red Cross societies, including the Canadian Red Cross, as well as the Government of Canada, to respond to urgently needed healthcare needs by the population. This hospital is capable of receiving an average of 200 patients on a daily basis, and there are 2 fully equipped operation theaters inside this hospital that can perform an average of 7 senior or major surgeries per day, or 15 minor surgeries per day. It also is equipped with an X-ray room, laboratory, and a maternity ward. There's also an established water treatment equipment or device that provides adequate quantities of fresh water needed for the hospital, as well as not to triage the wastewater generated by the hospital into the surrounding, as the hospital is located in western.
So, in case you missed what they were saying at the beginning, this guy here is part of a Red Cross mission to create a field hospital in Rafah, and he's describing what they're doing.
City, and it's surrounded by a large number of tents and many displaced people. So hopefully this hospital with 60 bed capacity will be able to contribute to responding to urgently needed healthcare service amidst a volatile and deteriorating.
Exactly. It is deeply needed. Oh, God. Well, but yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there's already been some Red Cross workers who have died in Gaza, among the others like UNRWA, World Food Kitchen, World Food Program. Well, no, what's it called? WHO? I can't remember. But basically, I think most aid organizations, seemingly, that were in Gaza pre-October 7th have incurred casualties in this fucking goddamn catastrophe. Oh, God. Why humanity? Okay, so I'm going to lead you up to this final video with a quick comment. I saw a couple of days ago and was going to watch this yesterday with you, but chose not to today because I found a different video. So I had heard that the UN, there was a couple of videos out there, I can't remember who did them, it was like CBS and some other people, that had said that the UN had revised its numbers, saying many less people died, right? And I was like, this makes no sense. I watched it, and it was a little vague, and by a little vague, I mean very vague, and so I decided to, you know, actually, I didn't even decide because I was sick yesterday and I didn't do a stream. I didn't watch it. And then I saw this from Zateo. According to Mehdi Hassan, no, the UN did not have the number of dead in Gaza. This is him on his new channel Zateo debunking the latest genocide denial.
What do you do if you're Israel and you're being accused of genocide at the International Court of Justice? Being accused of genocide by some of your own country's leading Holocaust historians like Professor Amos Goldberg. Being accused of genocide by more than half of Democratic voters in the United States. What do you do? Why you engage in genocide denial, of course. You say the numbers aren't real, it's all Hamas propaganda, and you insist that you didn't really kill that many Palestinians. Now, per the health ministry in Gaza, which as the media never fails to remind us, is controlled by Hamas, we have all been reporting that over 30,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, including more than 14,000 children. 2/3 of the victims, women and children. But wait! Last week, the Jerusalem Post, an Israeli newspaper, which earlier in the war claimed a dead Palestinian baby was really a doll and that the Palestinians were faking it, the Jerusalem Post published this piece headlined, UN seemingly halves estimate of Gazan women, children killed. They pointed to this infographic from the UN for Gaza casualties up to May the 6th, compared to this UN infographic for Gaza casualties up to May the 8th. And so the Israeli PR machine jumped into action. Israel's foreign minister called it the miraculous resurrection of the dead in Gaza and claimed that the UN had reduced its estimate of women and children killed in Gaza by 50%. The Israel War Room account on Twitter posted this graphic. The UN quietly admitted Hamas's casualty numbers are fake. All over social media, pro-Israel accounts trumpeted this shocking new revelation. The numbers aren't that high. Hamas lied. The UN was duped. Of course, none of that is true. The UN did not say that Hamas's numbers are fake. They didn't cut the death toll in half. Nothing, in fact, really changed. Look at those infographics again. Between the 6th of May and the 8th of May, the death toll didn't go down. It went up from 34,735 to 34,844. But hey, what's 109 dead Palestinians? Not even worth noticing, right? The only thing that changed in those 2 days is that on May the 6th, the UN provided a number for reported fatalities, over 34,000. And on May the 8th, it provided a number for reported fatalities, again, over 34,000, but also included a new subset of 24,686 identified fatalities. That's it. What they're making a song and dance about, what they're pretending is some smoking gun evidence of a Hamas cover-up, is literally just the difference between fully identified bodies and unidentified or partially identified bodies. That's it. And
there we go. It's just that the people haven't all been identified because their bodies are too mangled, or I'm not going to describe that any further, but I think you get what I'm saying. And so Israel's trying to claim, oh, that means that those people don't exist. No, that's not the way that fucking works. You can't claim that. It's fucking insane. Well, chat, you did it. Great job. By the way, if you missed it earlier, I'm going to show you this. You know what? I'll do it later. I'll show you later. Oopsies. Excuse me. Let's go. Well, we all managed to get through that one, didn't we? That was difficult. Thankfully, we had each other. Well, can't say we're doomed yet, but I think we got a lot of holes. I can't talk tonight. So tired. You've been lurking. Good to see you. Good to see you. Anyway, pretty sure got a lot of work to do to avoid said doom. Anyway, Chad, that's it for me. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. Whoa. What is happening? Something is very wrong. God damn it. Oh god, how did that happen? How's this happening? Fine, I'll do it this way. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Mitty, PB, Robot Cat, Pitchforks Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Vincent Morales, Morbius Dragon, Donald James X. So many technical problems. You can help me? Completely losing my mind. By clicking that link and not making me say anything else. Seeing a lot of ones. It's a great deal of ones. I'm trying to remember what happens when I get a lot of ones. Something happens after that.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as